Good morning, and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. Hopefully my audio settings are correct. They're probably not, because that is just the way things go. Sorry about being a little late. Just kind of managing a bunch of stuff before the stream, and time got ahead of me, as it seems to be able to do these days. Let me just get all my windows up. How's everybody doing? Hopefully you're well and wonderful. We're doing art today, as you may have guessed. There's the link I need. Just gonna pop it in the chat. I've been doing some audio recording stuff, so probably it's not picking up the correct microphone. Let me check. All right, there we go. Art Edition. Are we good? Can you hear me? No one said anything about the audio, so I think we're okay. Awesome. Yes, you can hear me. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm surprised actually, because I've like plugged in and unplugged like different microphones and headphones like so many times. Normally, my audio gets totally messed up. Oh, and different webcams too, so there's that too. So we're awesome. That's great. I've been doing a little bit of voice acting for one of the kind of projects, and it's, who knows if it'll get used. It's basically a lot of roaring and growling, and I have a noisy apartment, so it's been an ordeal trying to get that tempered. But yeah, sending off some files later today. We'll see if the audio team can use it. Should be fun if it gets in though. No, it's not for MouseHunt. It's potentially going to go in the Clan O'Connell, which, by the way, if you don't know, there is a demo that's available for you to download right now on Steam. Check it out. It's pretty fun. It's an upcoming game by Hickrab. It's currently still kind of like in development, but it is slated to come out full release in the fall. Roar for us. That's basically what I was doing for hours. My voice was completely shredded, and I lived under a fort of blankets. It was great. But yeah, there's basically a boss fight against a building-sized creature that they wanted to get some roars and stuff. It is called Clan O'Connell. I'm sure someone will link the Steam page shortly, because they're cool like that. But yeah, check it out. It's a free demo. Add it to your wish list, please. We appreciate that. It helps with Steam's algorithm to kind of get some views on it. So here, let me grab a link. Plan and the Crown of the Stag. All right, so copy. Oh, I'm not logged into the right thing on. I won't be able to link this. I gotta reopen my YouTube video and stream because I'm in the wrong account. I like switched accounts in a different part, but it doesn't always carry over. Yada yada yada. All right. Log in. Next. Sorry, it's chaos. I've got like 5 different things I have my hand in, so I'm trying to. Why didn't it change accounts? Hello, computer. Come on. Yeah, because I was like trying to do some editing and then breakfast and all that, so I kind of fell behind on preparing for the stream. Foolish mortal that I am. And now YouTube is just like not working. What in the world? Hopefully this. Oh, okay, so it is logged in now suddenly. Cool. Feedback Friday. I see myself looking at myself. Very good. Pause that because I don't need my own audio. Pop out the chat. Close the old one and post the link. So this should be, let me make sure the link is fine. There we go. So this is a demo of a game that HitGrab has been working on. I'm super stoked about it. The art is awesome. I think it's super slick and going to be a very fun game. If you like platformers, it should be your jam. And feel free to interact with the community there. It's kind of like new and budding, so more attention to that would be fantastic. Feel free to share your feedback on the demo and experience. And they also have a bunch of kind of live streams. I think there might actually be one going in an hour, where basically there's kind of the developers from that project. No one from MouseHunt team is a part of it because it's a different team in the company. But basically, I think they're doing maybe an Ask Me Anything day with the programmers. But yeah, they had an art one the other day. They've been doing one like every day of the week, I think. So there's info on that in the community page for the game itself. The game is called Clan O'Connell and the Crown of the Stag. So hopefully the link works that I just posted. Check out the demo. Download it today. Add it to your wish list. That would be greatly appreciated. And let's do some art today. So we're still working away on the floating islands. The past 2 weeks we've been really digging deep into the HUD stuff. Basically it's in a relatively completed, polished state for the HUD. At this point next week it's all about kind of like actually plugging that into the mechanics that exist in the system, making that all tie together and work. And then once we're kind of more gameplay built into the actual engine, then we'll be kind of like tweaking that HUD stuff, but hopefully it won't be right away because I'm sick of doing the HUD stuff. The whole team has actually been working together on the HUD, which has been a really interesting experience, partially because we're all working remote thanks to COVID, and it's something that we wanted to try regardless. This is a very big kind of featured area. There's a lot of detail and interesting kind of design put into it. So basically we're pooling our minds together and kind of getting the best of everyone's kind of angles on it. So it's been a really cool and fun experience actually for us, where basically it's kind of like, oh, someone will do a sketch of how this part of the gameplay could look in HUD, and then someone else might do a sketch that looks totally different for kind of like the same thing, and then we kind of like figure out what works best from each. And we've been kind of like, I'll work on this part, Maxine works on that, Lauren works on this, and we kind of snap it all together and combine it and kind of tweak as we go. So it's been quite an experience. It's been very rewarding. I think you'll all agree when you see it that like the actual kind of what it's become is far above anything else we've created in the game, and hopefully it sets new standards for the kind of game design going forward and kind of like what is possible in the actual kind of like system that we have, because as we all know, it's an old game. It is very dated. It kind of it's running on an old kind of system, and so we're trying to kind of reimagine how we can do these things. Lots of areas we've done. We've kind of like used the systems we have and kind of like adapted them in fun and interesting and really clever ways. If I to toot our own horn like that, but this area is kind of doing that, but we're kind of like evolving a lot of the aesthetic. I think it feels a little more modern, and honestly, comparing it to the rest of the game, it really makes me want to kind of go into kind of like the general interface stuff and just kind of bring a little more life to a lot of it. That's a back burner project for sure. But I was kind of looking at the state of the game earlier this week. I think like Tuesday, I was just kind of clicking through and kind of like trying to make sure my eyes were open to what everything actually looks like. And anytime I was like going through the shops or interacting with kind of like the journal and basically everything, aside from kind of the actual area's HUDs, it really felt like it was made like crumbling to dust in front of me. The icons were all washed out and grainy and pixely and bad and just not good design. Um, oh, looks like we have a team meeting at 4 p.m. So I am gonna have to cut the stream before then. So now I have a time limit for it. Yeah, it feels really old and dated. So I think that that's something that I want to try and figure out how to improve in the future. But right now we're kind of okay. We got to get this content in for you guys. But yeah, like Tribal Isles needs a HUD. The shops are bad. Like the buttons and stuff, they're just gross. I don't like them. I'm sure that when I tweak them, people will be like, "Oh yeah, like a lot of the areas need little features, little quality of life things that other areas we figured out, but we never really brought those to old areas." And it's not necessarily super high priority. Some of the areas just don't even get any love, but that's also potentially the fault of us not kind of reviving those designs. But again, we also have limited kind of horsepower to work with to be able to do that. We are trying to scale up our team. We actually hired a new person recently. Norman, I'm sure Dave might have mentioned that or will be soon. Yeah, we're trying to kind of get a little more wrenches, spanners in the toolkit so we can kind of do a little more of this that we need to. We actually recently updated the PHP, and that's pretty exciting. But this is not my domain. I shouldn't really be discussing these things because I don't really know a lot about kind of like the actual engine makeup and stuff like that. That's definitely more Dave's Feedback Friday kind of area of expertise. So let's get on the art then. Today we are doing more HUD stuff, but it's less kind of like designing the actual kind of layouts and kind of rendering it for slicing up to be plugged into the system. Today we're working on the islands, the different islands that exist that you can travel to and get generated by the kind of mechanics of this system that you play in. And I believe that we did do that a little bit of the island stuff. What was it, like maybe 3 weeks ago, a month ago, 2 weeks ago? I don't know how time works anymore, honestly. But what we're going to do today is render out actual kind of assets for the interface to use. It uses what is sometimes referred to as a paper doll system, where basically you have a base design of something. In the paper doll idea, there's kind of like just a simple character, and it doesn't have kind of anything other than its plain clothes on, and then you can add different outfits on top. And with the island stuff, similar idea. We'll have kind of the base power type island, so it'd be like the shadow island, and then depending on what the gameplay gives you, you'll have different things appear on top of it. So it could have lots of sky ore, and maybe it has pirates on it, and basically that gets rendered into it by kind of slapping on the correct layer. So that'll be pretty fun. And yeah, I believe when we did work on it, I'm pretty sure I streamed this before. I'm pretty sure that's where we developed it. But yeah, basically we were working out, okay, this is how the paper doll could work for the islands. So let me actually open this file. Should have had that ready to go, but date says May 8th. That sounds about right. I don't actually ever really update the title cards for the videos. Let me see if I can do that. Edit video. Yeah, actually the wow. Yeah, it's definitely not the 8th, huh? Of May. It's yeah, a little off. Let's go for a little more appropriate month. June 19th save. Alright. My goodness. It's already the 19th, huh? Okay. So be. So be it. How do I get back? YouTube's weird. The art guy. Okay, so I updated the actual title of it. Paused myself, given a lovely Jacob smile. Okay, so I am going to switch over to Photoshop. Right. So here we are in my drawing program of choice. And so this is where I left off with it, I believe. Basically, this was kind of the more complete example of this idea. There's still kind of rendering that can be done on these elements to kind of like finalize them a little more. I did a little bit more kind of figuring out about the warden stuff because I had to do some icons for the actual kind of HUD, and I figured out basically all of those, so I at least have kind of some symbols to work with that can work into the themes of the mouse designs. So we'll get into that in another stream, I'm sure. I'm excited to kind of render some warden characters with you guys. So let's see, it's a pretty big image. Let's see it at full size. Yeah, okay, so that's got a lot of resolution to work with. It's fine. Having more pixels to work with is at least much better than having too few. It can lead to the potential of wanting to kind of over-render stuff because you can zoom in so far. No one's ever going to see that level of detail, so try not to. Yeah, so this is a concept of what the physical island could look like. Well, thank you for appreciating the hard work. I appreciate you giving me that kind of comment. It's very nice. Let me set up my chat so I can have it on top of this screen, because otherwise I will almost definitely not notice the chat go by, because that's just how I operate. All right, enable click-through. Actually, I've been working fine without enabling the click-through, so that way I can scroll if I need to. All right. Click no, and I think we are basically ready to go. Hello, hello. Honestly, for those who have tuned in late, you haven't missed anything. Basically, I was sharing that a project that HitGrab's been working on is in a demo form if you are interested in checking out a platformer style game that we've been producing. There's a link to it. I'll post it at lunch, and then people can download and play it then, perhaps. And then at the end of the stream, probably as well, in case you missed it. And I'll also have a Larry link for everybody at the end of the lunch break. And I'm going to be ending the stream before 4 p.m. because we have a meeting at that time. So, other than that, I've just been rambling. So, basically what we have here is different kind of like levels of these kind of things that can show up on an island. So, for example, when you are kind of choosing an island to travel to, there's basically up to 4 things that can appear on it. And some of these things can have differing levels on them. So, the sky glass is, I believe, what we're calling it now. Can basically, you could go to an island and it has none, or maybe it'll have one of the kind of like modifiers attached to it. So it'll kind of show a tiny little kind of crystal growing there. But then maybe you'll find an island that has, you know, like 3 of them, and so it'll show it being like much bigger. And so just glancing at the visuals should tell you enough. Maybe you don't need to necessarily discern, oh, that's a level 3, you know, or something like that. But it gives you an impression of what you can expect to encounter there. And then, of course, using the HUD, you can kind of figure out exactly what it all will mean. But I just figured it'd be kind of a fun and interesting element instead of only seeing kind of like, yeah, that's the physical island. Oh, yeah, that's the draconic island, and they always look the same. I thought it'd be cool if we could have that kind of experience visually, just a little bit different. You know, each island could look a little unique, tell its own little story, and so that's what we're trying to accomplish, while kind of giving ourselves appropriate room to be able to see each of these elements clearly and to be able to show off how cool each of the islands can look and feel unique from each other. So I want to be able to immediately identify, yep, that looks like it's the Forgotten Island, and that looks like it's the Law or the Tactical or whatnot. So basically today we're going to try and actually render the islands themselves. And once we have those, like we currently already laid out, okay, this is where the sky glass is going to be. This is where the sky ore is going to be. This is where the treasure chest or the treasure reward, or I don't know what we're calling that, but the bonus treasure loot. You'll see over here. And then this is kind of the warden / boss area where we can show off, okay, this is what warden you'll encounter if you go here, or this is the boss loot you can find. A little bit different with that, but that's, you know, over there. The background, I have this kind of like pink and purple cloud, which, if that's there or not, represents if there's cloud curd that you can obtain to craft your cloud cheese. And then, of course, there is the pirate ship to let you know, hey, if you go here, you're going to run into pirates. So those should stay exactly where they are, and then we can work around those to kind of represent a cool-looking island. So let's, since we have kind of what those places, like what each of those take up and the shapes, even if they're not fully rendered, we can work around that. So these are all basically just the placeholder versions. I think I did a little work on the Draconic one, actually. These are all the placeholders that I used when I created the prototype for it. They, you know, they kind of were quick ideas of how to show those islands, but they're not at all, you know, how cool I want them to look. So we're basically recreating these today and making them much more awesome and fit these elements a lot better. One thing I should actually do is update the backdrop, because I actually have that now. So I'll leave the physical up. I'm going to go grab the backdrop for this and make sure I catch up on all my messages. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, okay, we're doing the recap chat at 4. This might become a regular thing, actually, where Fridays we kind of have a little get-together on online for the team, basically to kind of, you know, just have a little more of a connected feeling with each other, since obviously none of us get to see each other in person in the office anymore. Being able to kind of like go into a video call and talk about what we've been working on this week and show off some cool stuff just kind of lets us kind of like stay connected a little more. So that even though I used to do a lot of streams from 11 until like 6 p.m., it's probably going to go from 11 to 4 more regularly. Just a heads up about that. All right, so just going to open up interface, HUDs, floating islands, and I need this one. So, all right, well, I guess you're going to get to see this one day anyways. It's probably going to be tweaked just a little bit as we go. Lots of big files open right now. This is tough for my computer. It's true. You got to be careful saying that name. It keeps pushing it back. You got like algorithm, algorithms scrubbing each of the kind of... Oh, it didn't open in the main window. I guess you don't get to see it. Oops, too bad. So sad. What a shame. All right, so let's grab this and drag it over. This is actually going to be small in this window because this file is absolutely massive. Yeah, holy cow, this is a big file. Okay, I should probably shrink it down. It's way oversized, to be honest. All right, what is this? The dimensions of this. Let's see. Oh, 8,000 by 4,000. That's pretty decent. I could honestly cut this in half and it really wouldn't affect anything. Preparing to build preview. Okay. So we'll go with that. It's basically taking everything and cutting out half of the information. Yeah, that's a big file, and it really does not need to be that big. Like, it's something that we can display in a really cool, prominent way. But I mean, this is ridiculous. It's like not even like crazy huge. Obviously, like there's a lot of media that people create that is using much bigger images, but for what it is, it really doesn't need to be that big. Like a movie poster or something is absolutely gigantic, but yeah. Oh my goodness. This is the slowest it's ever been. I'm gonna melt my computer. Actually, this reminds me of when I used to do live streaming, record my screen while doing art, and then I believe at one point I was processing a video in the background of that, and I actually like made my computer overheat to the point where smoke was coming out of it. It was a little power book. It did not survive me. RIP. Yeah, I had a tendency to cause batteries to like swell and buckle with MacBooks, so I don't use them anymore. Okay, here we go. So it's still big. Like, that's pretty decent resolution here. But, you know, no one's going to have to see it at this size. I mean, if it was like stuff for print, I would have probably wanted to keep it where it was, but even at this size, well, you know what, maybe that was a bad idea. What if we do want to print these? Why would we? I don't know. This is something that we should probably do more of, is just work in even higher resolutions. Because we were doing some marketing stuff a while back, kind of working on the MouseHunt kind of merch store. We're like, yeah, we have a lot of like assets that are just not usable because they're so low resolution. I mean, it's because they're so old, but do need to work slightly bigger. We've been doing that for a while now, though, so not too worried. All right, so this is just oops, didn't mean to put the anchor there. I messed things up. Oh goodness, I've been fighting with Photoshop recently. Actually did an update to the latest Photoshop just yesterday, I believe, and I wanted to pull my hair out because basically, for whatever reason, everything about it is just a nightmare for me. All the hotkeys and stuff were like changed to do weird things. The like scaling tool is inconsistent with how it works now. And then I was just getting all these really weird bugs, even though it was like a clean, fresh install. of the latest stable version, but like when I had to like use the spacebar to kind of move the screen around, it would only move in one direction like this, even though I'm trying to go the other way. And I couldn't make selections and stuff. I had to restart Photoshop every half hour to be able to just do this. So I actually ended up reinstalling the older version. So yeah. And then like having like different views of the image on my other window. Normally I have it like zoomed out to kind of like 25%, and it looks good. But with the newest version, it was like weirdly pixeling things, even at those kind of clean dimensions. I don't know. It's weird, guys. I don't like it. Change is hard. Okay, so there are too many auras. Yeah, if you're like a god mouse hunter and manage to collect every aura ever that you can stack to the end of time. Not all of us are that cool. Yeah, there's a lot of words. Hello to Dublin. Lovely to see you as well. Yeah, honestly, at this size, I could print on a mug just fine. But it was like old mice. Actually, the art contest that we held, the winner picked the whirligig mouse to put on their mug, because that was part of the winning thing. Is you got to choose what mouse you wanted on a mug that we would send you, and they chose a very old mouse that I had like to. I couldn't even dig up the original file because it was from an artist who doesn't work at the company anymore, and like the actual kind of assets, the raw files were like on a storage in the office, so I couldn't just like go and grab that. So I ended up actually getting the biggest file we had off of the server, and then I had to just clean it up myself manually because even if I had the original, it wouldn't have worked. Like I would have had to clean that up regardless. So I just basically kind of repainted parts of it to put it on the mug. So chose the most difficult mouse to work with there, but it was fun. Can we get a bunch of MouseHunt desktop wallpapers? We should do that. It takes extra time to do, but it's a cool idea. Alright, so I'm not opposed to it, but we need to find the time to do something like that, I guess. So the physical one's okay. I would tweak it further, but I think for right now it's good enough to keep as is. So I'm going to move on to the next one. What do we want to do? So we have Arcane, we have Draconic, which we've done a little bit on. We have Forgotten, we have Hydro, we have Law, we have Shadow, and we have Tactical. So just a basic idea of what I want to do with each of them. The Arcane one, this is not going to work. This kind of like gigantic crystal design, I feel like if you look at it, these elements don't sit nicely with that. I'm going to need to kind of like bring it a lot further down. It gets eaten by the backdrop, the kind of blue sky behind just kind of consumes it. And then of course this sky glass is invisible on it. So that's no good. And then kind of like the ore just looks really bad kind of coming off of it. It's not terrible, but could be better. So I would change this completely. I'm not sure exactly what we would do, but that one, toss the whole thing out, start fresh probably. But making it, glowy, magical, it's the most magical of the island, so it would look magical, or at least that would be the goal. For Draconic, I like this direction. One of the things I believe we were talking about was a lot of the Draconic mice in this area have a lot of regal kind of themes about them, so maybe we would need to tweak this to kind of match that a little better. So that's an element as well. So we could still tweak this one. It's in a fine enough spot. Maybe we'll skip it for now, though. I feel like once we get the other ones completed, that might help inform the design so that we can make sure they all feel unique to each other. The Forgotten one, I didn't really know what I wanted to go for with this. I just kind of created some kind of more muted kind of palette for it. It's very kind of dry and dusty feeling. So I'll definitely be looking for inspiration from you guys on what we could do for this. But generally, the Forgotten is a little more magical, but also kind of ancient. We love that word. A lot of ancient kind of feel to it. So lost and forgotten, right? Maybe it'd be ruins, like old crumbling ruins would make sense here. And they're magical in nature, so like runes and stuff. I believe the first kind of forgotten stuff was, I guess, the Acolyte? Or was that Arcane? I think it had Forgotten for the Acolyte specifically. But it has kind of, you know, the runes and the old ancient stuff tied to it, I believe. I might be misremembering, but I think that's the case. We have Hydro. Again, this is another one where I feel like the aesthetic, that was fine for a prototype, but I would change it quite a bit because, again, we need the elements of the designs around it to kind of like work in it. So again, the sky glass doesn't quite feel right on that, although we might tweak what the sky glass looks like a little bit. All right. Arcane could be a hollow island held together by magic. Ooh, I like that. If the winner chose the white mouse, I would be forced to just put it on as is, no touching it, no updating. It's all crunchy and pixely and bad. Now I would have cleaned it up. I wouldn't have mentioned it though, and they would have been like, "Yep, that's the white mouse." Little did they know, but they didn't choose it, so didn't have to do that. Safe another day. So the Hydro, yeah, I would change that. I was actually thinking it'd be kind of cool if it was more, I don't know, like it could be cloud-based a little more. A lot of the Hydro characters are kind of like cloud weavers. It could be kind of more growth and like lush vegetation, perhaps. That could look cool, as long as it looks different enough from the other ones, right? Law, there's kind of... we obviously have that kind of the Clawshot City expansion, which is where Law is. So kind of like still using that aesthetic would make sense to tie it together pretty quickly and easily. Although in this area, it's a lot more about them having stolen kind of like the steampunk technology and utilizing that. So maybe it would be some kind of combination of that. So it could be the kind of desert kind of dry rock kind of feel of that kind of Western aesthetic, I suppose, mixed with that steampunk. So basically getting into the Wild Wild West area of the design. So, you know, that could be a thing. That could be pretty cool and fun. Tells its own little story, I think. Physical, obviously, just kind of having, you know, like this is just kind of the most... Yep, that's a floating island. Oh, hey, there's a giant sword shoved into it, I guess. I basically redid what I did for the prototype, which I was like, what could represent physical? Oh, a physical island itself, and it's not enough. Let me shove some swords into it. So that's what I did. And I thought it was fun and weird and whimsical, so I kept it. So yeah, put a cacti in the Law one. I don't see why not. Steampunk cacti. Love it. So Shadow, obviously a little more on the magical side, definitely in Shadow. So, you know, something along this line, maybe more purples, because I think that's kind of the direction the mice have gone for this area. But yeah, dark and brooding and probably like little kind of, you know, glowing sparkles and stuff because it looks neat. I believe Lauren did most of the shadow mice for this area, and they have a lot of like really cool looking cloth with kind of like the outsides are dark and kind of mysterious, and they have hoods and cloaks and stuff, but then the inside fabrics are kind of more kind of, you know, magical and like have a bit of glow or like galaxy feel to it. So I think that's pretty cool, and I think we can try and wrap some of that feeling into the island itself. So we'll figure that one out. I think that could be pretty interesting. And then I believe last but not least would be the tactical. I like the idea of going kind of full steampunk on this. It could show a little bit of like natural island, earth, somewhere, a rock or something like that. But I like the idea of a lot of it being kind of, it is literally like built by the tactical mice. They're all crazy inventors, and there's, you know, steam vents and gears and all kinds of stuff causing this island to float, whereas the other ones are maybe a little more magical in nature. So let us see. Who wants to see what? I think there's kind of, you know, each of them have their own charm, and we'll definitely explore and add charm where they might lack it, I suppose. So we'll discover it and make each one pretty fun and exciting to work on. Let's see. Forgotten should have more rune symbols and less targets. Yeah, I agree. I like the idea of using kind of the runes, and like I think for the Forgotten, I'm gonna give it like some kind of like ancient civilization was there, but it's crumbled away. So it'd be an old kind of structure that's crumbled, and there'd be runes and stuff carved into the island. Yeah, Forgotten using like more desolate and kind of rusty feel, like things have fallen into ruin, and kind of like maybe moss is taking over, or like it's basically fallen into decay. That makes sense as well. So yeah, it could be like kind of old and worn down. All of the surfaces are very smooth and weathered, like no jagged rocks anywhere. It's all kind of just the annals of time have taken their toll. So actually, some good inspiration on that. I like that. So Forgotten, I'm feeling it, like total departure from what we have here. Actually, a lot of the Forgotten mice have some steampunk element to it. They've kind of adapted themselves, but also use magic and stuff. So some stuff to work with there, basically. Could be inspired by the ancient box trap, the original Forgotten trap, I agree. Oh, I love it. Yeah, so for the Hydro Island, actually having waterfalls on it, that's brilliant. I love it. So there's just constantly, like, if one of those islands passes overhead, there's just, like, this torrent of rain that just comes down over whatever it glides across. That's fun. Yeah, just a flat earth with an endless waterfall pouring off of it. That's fun. I definitely love the idea of having the waterfall. I'm going to do that. Yeah, the law has, like, tumbleweeds. Okay, so this is just an alternate version for the prototype. I'm just going to add a little note because I don't want to forget that. Yeah, in the original design, it just has this kind of like viscousy kind of globs that are dripping off of it, and it worked fine for a prototype. But yeah, I feel like if you like were to go to visit this island, I'd be terrified of touching it because it looks like the surface tension would just pull you right in and you'd never get out, and then it would just drop these massive globs of viscous dark blue liquid onto the surfaces below and just coat things. So gross. No thank you. Yeah, so I love the idea of maybe like a lush kind of, you know, just beautiful island with these, you know, waterfalls just cascading off of it, surface. I like the idea of maybe even having kind of like more sharp and jagged kind of rocks and stuff on top of the earth and soil, whereas, you know, the areas where the water falls and stuff would be kind of pouring around. That could be a little more worn down to show kind of, you know, the youthfulness of it, but also the kind of the passage of time and the effect of water kind of carving its way through the island. I think that's a neat idea. Yeah, like a series of stepping waterfalls is kind of what I'm picturing. Almost like you had this, uh, imagining it almost like a candle, where it's kind of melting down and you know flowing into different parts. It's like a bunch of different candles kind of shoved together and at different heights, and so they like melt around and kind of form these channels going into each other and kind of carve away parts of them. That's kind of how I see this potentially working. Um, so I think that could be really quite nice as well. Geothermal springs, yeah, a little kind of like vent, kind of spraying water up or something like that. That could be fun. Yeah, I'd like to, when I can, try and use practical knowledge to inform design. So, you know, the idea of like just the water carving into the earth, that kind of thing. I don't know. So hydro could be lots of fun. I love the visuals of the waterfall, the earth kind of, you know, with the steps of water kind of pouring down it. Treasure Planet made me think of what we could do with the tactical, just because they got a lot of that kind of like steampunk aesthetic. I'm also thinking of like Titan AE, where there's that planet that's just a giant kind of machine. Let's see. Yeah, definitely for the Hydro, I can't just use the blue. Same with Arcane. It just does not work with the rest of the elements. It conflicts way too much. Arcane, totally tossing that whole thing out. Hydro, same deal. I think they need to kind of like have a fresh start. A junkyard for law. Actually, that's a pretty decent idea, because that's kind of more the concept that I'm going with for how they operate. They don't make things necessarily for themselves. They steal from each other and like repurpose them. So living in that kind of heap would actually kind of work. They might be a little more organized than just living in a pile of garbage, but they could just have like piles of stuff they've stolen and are planning on turning into nefarious tools. What did I miss? Not a lot. I've been talking a whole lot. I haven't done much art, so okay. So let's, you know what? Let's just go for the waterfall one right now. I think we have so many great ideas that as they come in, I'm gonna try and make notes so we don't lose them. But for now, let's just get cracking on this. So I'm just gonna create a whole new layer to work on. I'm actually, let's see, I'm going to pull up the physical, because that's kind of the main one that I'm working off of originally. And I'm going to lower the opacity on that just so I can see what I did with the shapes on that first. And the goal is to allow the islands themselves to hold these objects in place appropriately. So I don't need to like have the programmers move each element for each island. Each one needs to kind of just easily snap in and not have to shift. So I need to like make sure there's something for the ore here to attach to, and I need to make sure that there's something for the sky glass to grow on. Same with kind of the treasure chest here and the warden shrine, or whatever we end up calling this. So this is kind of like the required spots for the island. But then everything else I can kind of just push and pull the shape of. I can decide that like, oh, this is actually just a tiny little thing here, and then maybe this is all mass of, you know, earth here or something like that. I could do that, and then that feels significantly different from the physical design, right? That's kind of left heavy, this could be right heavy, and basically just trying to make sure that, you know, at a glance they totally feel different from each other, right? But then, of course, there will be the palette, the textures, the silhouettes, all these things will make sure that each of them, you'll just immediately see them as completely different from each other. So I'd say let's just kind of start with something like this. Maybe not that far over, because I still want it to fit nicely inside this, this oculus, whatever we end up calling this. So I want it to kind of still be relatively balanced in here. And then, so for the purpose of making the waterfall effect work well, having things kind of step down into each other is going to be pretty important to get that looking good, to make that make sense, where there's kind of little waterfall jumping down here and then jumping down there. So there'll be a lot of different kind of plateaus, I would imagine, for this. So we could have kind of like a nice shelf of earth up here, and perhaps the visuals would end up having the pirates basically parked on top of the island. Although one of the things we might do is having kind of like a little animation to each of the elements, so like the island might kind of hover up and down, and the pirates might hover up and down, but slightly out of sync, so they kind of like have this kind of, you know, just floating and make that look cool. So avoiding trying to make sure that they line up perfectly and you know, it looks like it's resting on this rock is probably prudent to do, so I'm going to avoid that, I think. But I think it's a neat potential. And I can talk with Andrew, who will be kind of like implementing the actual kind of elements into the HUD and kind of giving it that little bit of life when things are kind of bobbing up and down. So I can ask if that's doable, if we want to put in that effort, it would be worth it. But for right now, I'll just not go that route, since that adds some complication. So one of the things I think might be good for kind of like showing this waterfall effect is if we have kind of like, let's say this is kind of, you know, the island right there. If we have the water kind of cutting into it a little bit. So here we have kind of like, this is the little stream of water, right? And it would kind of cut into the island here. But then the water itself is a little shallower than that. And because it's been cutting into it for so long, it's like set back into it a little bit, right? So instead of having it kind of fall off right at the edge, it's kind of sunken inside a bit because it curved a channel and sunk down a bit. I don't know if that's clear what I'm trying to get across with that, but it's kind of how I'm imagining this could work. It gives it a little more 3D kind of dimension. Yeah, something like that. So the water's cut into it a little bit, and I think that's neat. And then we would have kind of like the flow of the water. Kind of, you know, it starts out where it's pulling itself along, but as it's kind of falling into the air, it's hitting the air molecules and basically kind of getting very turbulent to the point where it just turns into a mist. And you get that with like super high waterfalls that would kind of get caught in the wind. It'll just kind of, you know, instead of being a nice laminar flow of water, it'll break up and scatter and then just kind of rain down. So I think that'll look cool. I don't think we have too much vertical height for these assets. We'll probably have like a limited height that it can work with, and it's effectively somewhere within this ring, maybe a little outside of it, but I would like to limit it. So the actual kind of waterfall coming off of it, we'll probably need to like make it turn into mist pretty quickly. So maybe it could start from up high up before falling off, so we have enough room to kind of make that look appropriate. Yeah. So we're not using every single power type. We're using 8 power types. Arcane, Draconic, Forgotten, Hydro, Law, Physical, Shadow, and Tactical. We're omitting Rift because it kind of doesn't align with the themes in this area, and just figured that's kind of the way we could do this. Just made sense. So yeah, that's basically all I have to say about that. Yeah, and another idea that I wanted with this is kind of like some of the islands are a little more kind of like thick and lots of mass. So like the physical island, or maybe like the like Law, let's say, it might be like big chunk, thick kind of slabs of earth, whereas like this one we could have be very kind of thin and pinched at the edges, just to kind of give those different feeling, right? It's kind of like when you're creating a character, you can like create like a silhouette which is very thin and lithe, and then you could kind of like make like a really boxy character that is kind of short and stout, and so just kind of giving the island different characters by playing with those shapes a little bit to kind of have their own personalities. That's kind of what you want to accomplish when you're designing, is you want to give this inanimate thing a character, So I want the character of the Hydro Island to be kind of maybe youthful and life and active, flowing water. What do we want it to say? Vibrant. So we have kind of these pools of beautiful kind of crystal water, kind of very magical, pretty. Let's make this kind of carved down the side here. And one of the things is the depending on what the modifier is, so like for example the sky ore is going to be on top of the island, so I need to make sure that where I render I'm accounting for all the different versions of the sky ore that could be placed directly on top of that and kind of work with that. So I can't, for example, have the waterfall go over top of it, even though I'm like, oh, that could look really cool. That's just not how the simple paper doll system will work. We would have to kind of like add an extra layer just for stuff to go on top, which is doable. We could add that if we want. It does add one more kind of layer to kind of fiddle around with, but if it adds enough, then it could be worth it. There's already many layers that goes into constructing the HUD. There's the backdrop with the sky. There's the actual kind of interface where the HUD kind of interactions and like just the frame of the HUD is. So actually I'll give you a real quick glimpse of that. So boom, this is kind of like the design we have going, where it kind of shows you, yeah, so these are the island's kind of properties, and you interact with things, change your cheese, etc., etc. So there's that layered on top of the backdrop, and then of course there's kind of the actual interface elements, like buttons changing state, or like information icons and text and stuff. So that goes on top of that, and then there'd be the island somewhere in between, or on top of that, where it's made out of 8 different layers of PNGs, and so there's like potentially like 16 different images all stacked onto each other to create this HUD, right? So we don't want to just keep adding more and more. It kind of can add complications, I suppose. Although it's probably not a big deal to add 1 or 2 more. You know. Mermaids and sirens populate this floating island. I like it. Unfortunately, we didn't add any of those types of characters to this yet. Maybe the boss. We haven't done any of the bosses yet, so the bosses will be their own their own power type themes, respectfully. So it could be a lot of fun. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try for the warden kind of shrine thing. I'm gonna have almost like a backdrop for it. The other ones that I've drawn are all just kind of like cut off and it's floating above it. And that's partially because I want to make sure that it stands out on top of the sky. But maybe we'll try this. So, you know what? I'm actually going to start sketching with like a really big wide brush just to block in instead of just working with kind of like an outline. So I like the idea of maybe making the actual shapes of the structure being a little more kind of flat, shorter, sharper kind of plateaus of land. So maybe this one kind of extends out here to the side, and then yeah, I like the idea of there being vegetation and kind of like rocks, just kind of like living on top of this. And then I'll try and make sure that it all has this kind of like wet and kind of, you know, moist look to it. Wonderful. Okay, so now we could maybe have it extend out behind the frame. I think I'm going to try and avoid that for now, though. We can end up doing that if we need to. But I'm going to try and keep it as limited as we can, just so that, I don't know, just probably better way to work. Let's see. Yeah, so that's like another thing is having cool things like, oh, what if the treasure chest was hidden inside the waterfall and kind of like just sort of exposed? That could be something we could do. You know, if we decided to be like, okay, so there's all those layers we talked about before, and then maybe there's the topmost layer, which is used to do these fun little things, like, oh, the waterfall going in front of the gems or the ore, or like, you know, some stuff slightly hiding the treasure chest. I think that could be a lot of fun, but one thing we want to make sure is that we're not making those details disappear too much, because I think it's still very important for those to read just like that. You know, like I want to look at the island and immediately have an understanding of what I'm going to see there. So if we have kind of the treasure chest slightly hidden, is that going to interfere with that read? It might. Does it make it more interesting? Yeah, maybe. So maybe it's still worth it, right? So definitely not discarding that idea. Can certainly kind of look into the potential of it. So here we have kind of like a little stream of water kind of flowing off the side, turning into essentially just rain and cloud. And since it's like a tinier stream, there's a smaller volume, it'll break apart quicker. At least I'm fairly certain that's what would happen. I haven't specifically poured liquids off of great heights anytime recently, so that might be wrong. But it checks out in my imagination. I feel like a bigger body of fluid would hold together a little bit longer, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, so the treasure chest could be in front of some of these kind of rocks or maybe a bush or something like that, and then kind of the water is kind of trailed behind, and maybe it's actually kind of surrounding the treasure chest and kind of maybe cutting it off. So it's like it's there, but it's maybe a little harder to get to because it's in the middle of this little pond, you know, on its own little kind of island. So that kind of makes it a little bit interesting, perhaps, where it's telling its own little story with just that element, where it's kind of like trapped out there, and you know, if you want to get it, it's a little harder to get to, I suppose. So that could be fun. I like that. And then the visual of the water kind of pouring off the side, of course, is the whole reason I wanted to do this idea in the first place. So let's do this. And have the ground kind of cutting across a bit more. So I want to show that it's kind of worn away a little bit. I don't know if that's going to read in the end. Might not. We'll see. I think in the end a lot of it's going to come down to actually rendering this stuff out, which is super fun. I was actually doing a quick little study of landscape painting just to kind of practice it for the sake of it. So I'm kind of like in a mood to do more, you know, landscapes. Only this time it's magical floating islands, which is pretty rad. So just because we're doing the sketch, I'm actually gonna paint in the water just for the sketch. And then I like the idea of this little part being in shadow, and so we can have like a little bit of mist and it's not quite catching the light, but then out here it kind of does catch the light more, and that'll look pretty. And then like right at the top of the surface there could be like really bright reflecting of the sun, so it could just look pretty and sparkling. So here we have kind of like a water source of some kind where it's kind of bubbling up and pouring down into the other island bits. There we have kind of the shadow cast over it. And then if we did like pure white here, and then maybe tone down stuff around it so that kind of comes across a little brighter, that might be good. So something like that. And yeah, immediately I feel like this tells a little bit more of a story. It definitely feels like water themed, so that's successful. And again, like right at the edge where it's kind of pouring over the edge, I like the idea of kind of really catching that light, because there's so many different angles, it's almost guaranteed to hit the light somehow. And out here it kind of turns into the mist, which again, little droplets of water are very good at catching the light. So while it's kind of all collected and running as a big kind of mass of fluid, it's not reflecting the light and catching it quite as effectively. It's kind of creating a surface that the light will kind of interact with, but it turns into a mist. There you go. So yeah, I'm liking this. Let's do another little step down here, I think. Same idea where it kind of like falls into the shadow. Get some highlight here to show how active the water is there. And this one can almost be tucked under a little bit. just kind of some rock and shadow. And because it's all like wet, a lot of the surfaces could be quite dark actually. Because when you have kind of like a wet surface, it's reflecting a lot of the light off of it, which actually makes less light kind of interact in ways to kind of show the surface. So it'll get darker with suddenly specular kind of light reflections on it. And so, you know, the actual island will be quite dark with kind of, you know, reflections on a lot of stuff because it has a slick surface. It's smoother. The light bounces off of it. It reflects off of it easier, so less light is kind of bouncing off the surface, if you will. And so that'll be kind of cool to like make it look quite moist. Wonderful word, moist. Yep. I apologize to all the people that is just the worst for. Cool. Yeah, I'm liking this. I feel like this is a cool kind of design for it. And I like the idea of kind of even having this open gap in the center. So if there's kind of the cloud representing the sky, the cloud cheese, or the cloud curd being at this location, that's kind of visible behind it. And maybe no other island has this kind of open center. I'm sure that more will, but who knows? Like for example, the physical one is very just kind of just takes over the whole space, right? Just boom, big mass of an island, solid thing. This is just little kind of plates floating around. Maybe we'll have a nice kind of little flat one just floating here because it can. Maybe. Makes me want to kind of cut this one down quite a bit actually. Shorten that. I still like the idea of there being these kind of big kind of jagged rocks up here. I also like to maybe make them kind of look like they belong with each other. So like if you were to kind of put these together like a puzzle piece, they actually kind of, oh, they make sense together. So it's as if they got torn out of the earth and kind of separated a little bit, but they actually would kind of fit together somehow. So I think that that's also kind of important. You know, like plate tectonics, if you actually kind of like take all the different kind of land masses and kind of slide them around, you could see how they used to fit together before they kind of broke apart a little more and got pushed around. So basically something like that. All right. And then of course I want to make sure that the sky crystal sits nicely on top. Right now it just is eaten by the backdrop. So that's no good. I might need to re-render the sky glass so I don't have that issue. But what we can do, of course, is just give it something to help cut it out, right? So we just kind of present something that it is visible in front of, and that certainly would help with the read. Let's see. So just blocking in anything right now. Can figure out that shape. It's kind of neat that it's like a bunch of little scattered islands perhaps, but then they get connected with this water kind of flowing between them. So for example, on this part of the island, it could be kind of going over here and then drops down. And then similar idea where it kind of like pools around the object that's just sitting on a little pile of, or a little island of its own. So it's a floating island with islands in it. Why not? It's fun. Yeah, I like that. A little kind of bit of water coming off here too. And then this could be kind of in shadow, right? So we're doing this all on just kind of a sketch layer. But what I might end up doing is kind of like colorizing the layer and then just painting into it until it actually becomes the layer that I'm going to use. Ooh, yeah, there could be vines kind of loosely connecting it all. I like that. Yeah. Although it makes me wish that we kind of went a little bit more vegetation feel for the mice. Right now, all of them feel like they're just kind of like out in the middle of nowhere, kind of like shaping clouds, and there's not necessarily kind of like this lush vegetation on their island. So, kind of wish that I had this concept before, but that's fine. Because like the vegetation is cool, but it doesn't quite feel like it fits. Like the vines, at least specifically. I don't see that quite fitting the mouse aesthetic. So maybe we'll try it, but it might not last. I like it though. I think that something like that might actually work better with the Forgotten as well, because that we could use the vegetation idea as this overgrowth, where although there's kind of like this vibrant life, it's like it's being forgotten to the point where it's taken over things maybe. And a lot of the characters in that have kind of like old weathered cloaks that have like moss and stuff growing on them. So there's that kind of like feeling of just kind of the nature taking over, and I think that works well. Connecting tunnels to all the areas, like little kind of pipes and stuff, or rodent tubes. No, she does not pilot a dirigible with a gigantic skull and crossbones on it. That'd be pretty rad, though. Might as well be piloting that, huh? Takes all your gold, huh? Seems fair. Yeah, I think this is going to look real neat, to be honest. Like I'm excited about the potential of this design. It's like such a cool aesthetic. It'll be really fun to render. Lots of interesting lighting to kind of try and capture. There's actually a lot of like fun, kind of interesting things to keep in mind when rendering water on surfaces. Like you have to kind of be conscious of the way that it interacts with light and how it clings to surfaces and so basically because I've kind of tried to strive to learn about rendering light in kind of realistic ways. One of the things I had to learn was how to kind of like work with water, because that does stuff with light. It's pretty cool. So I'll get to kind of pull that out and utilize that knowledge, which should be quite neat. Of course, none of that was represented in the original prototype sketch, because that would just be a waste. We'll have like, obviously, like, since this is flowing into the other pond, there's going to be ripples coming off of it, right? And the way that those waves kind of cause the reflections on the water to work, that'll kind of come into play in how that's rendered, and then that light would reflect off of the waves itself would reflect, causing, interference. And then there'd be kind of troughs and valleys and all kinds of stuff reflecting the actual objects in the environment, sky. The one thing that I won't be able to do is have it like reflect the treasure chest, because that won't always be there. So by kind of like having this reflection of like a golden chest here, but then the golden chest isn't there, it's kind of like, it doesn't quite work. I'll probably do a little bit of it though, just so that it looks good when it is there, and when it isn't there, it's still kind of good enough. So that should be fun. I'm really actually quite excited to work on this one. Let's see what else. We'll have to kind of take into account the like actual grayscale of it as well. There's always stuff to discover with that. It's important to kind of check what the values do, because ultimately one of the things I feel when doing artwork is how well your values read is one of the most important things. If like right now it's very noisy, there's a lot of contrast, it's kind of, you have difficulty of knowing where to look in this, and so that makes it difficult to look at, in essence. Sure, there will be lots of very pretty rendering, but if it's like too chaotic, there's just too much trying to grab your attention, too much high contrast, not enough kind of areas of rest, you won't want to look at it as much. Like your eyes will almost get taxed just seeing it. You'll be like, yep, that's a lot of stuff, and kind of like look away. But if there's enough kind of rhythm and flow and kind of the balance to it, where there's kind of like nice areas of rest, which I think this kind of big pond here in the middle could be like a nice big calm, I'll lower the contrast so it's not as kind of like demanding to kind of bring your eyes there. Basically trying to make sure there's areas of rest and areas of activity that'll draw your eye around more appropriately and make it more interesting overall, because there will be a contrast, and contrasts are interesting, but a contrast of like calm and exciting. It's kind of like contrasting shapes. If everything is soft and round and fluffy, then nothing is soft and round and fluffy in a way. I don't think that's the best analogy of it, but basically, making sure that there is kind of areas of high contrast and areas of low contrast, make sure that it's interesting. If it's all low contrast, I mean, that's interesting in its own, but like, nothing kind of stands out. If it's all high contrast, then nothing stands out. It's all high contrast. You need to mix them together and create balance. So same thing as what I'm seeing with this view, is there's just all high contrast everywhere. So we'll play with that. We'll make sure that there's more kind of like calm, lower contrast. Part of it's just because the way I'm sketching this, I'm not actually kind of rendering it with the actual intended values. Let's see. So one of the things I would do is probably just have behind the crystal be a little bit lighter. I want to make sure it still can read on it, but it's not that like really dark, really light, kind of sharp-edged contrast. Contrast. I hope you guys don't mind me just rambling about weird, kind of poorly explained concepts, because I do that all the time. I suppose you actually definitely do not mind because you're here. If this is your first time, then now you know. It was nice seeing you, but if you've been around a few times, I'm pretty sure that you're comfortable enough with my ramblings that you know what to expect, and that's why you're still here. So hello, thank you, I appreciate it. Right. Okay, so I'm just going to finish blocking in the shapes. Been at this for more than long enough to kind of should have had that done by now. I'm going to keep this pretty shallow just because the rest of the shapes I'm maintaining that shallowness. I think we can have kind of some of the vine idea maybe kind of coming off of it, or at least little bits of vegetation, because I do even if it's not like rainforest kind of levels of lush vegetation. I like the idea of there being kind of green grass and some plant matter kind of growing on it, because that makes sense. It's, you know, a watery island is probably bound to have plants capable of flourishing. It's up in the sun. Probably too cold technically, but hey, when have we ever cared about being realistic? I mean, really, it's not a huge priority for me in the game. I don't think that's a huge surprise. Although, you know, I'll get focused on trying to make certain things realistic because I'm just like that. Got to render out the lighting to be accurate to the environment. But yeah, okay. Also, the angle that we're viewing this at is a pretty low angle. We're looking down on the island quite a bit to be able to see the tops of the surfaces, and I think that's the angle that we do want to maintain. But I think it's important to kind of, you know, make sure that it's a little bit pinched down just to kind of feel like we're looking at it from the side enough. I don't want it to look like the island is just like tilting forward and kind of spilling over, although actually that's kind of interesting as well. Yeah, even though it's like just basically black and white, it is definitely much more interesting than the blue jello gloop island. Here, I'll make sure we have Gloop Island as a hidden spoiler in the game. I don't have that power. Alright. Gloop Island. Welcome to Gloop Island. Which makes me think of, like, I don't know, like the YTV kind of style shows. I don't know if anyone knows what those are, but there's like kid game shows. I never actually watched any, I just saw commercials. But they get like slimed. That's what happens when you go to Gloop Island. You get slimed. What am I doing? Alright. So, definitely enjoy this. It's quite pretty. Lots of potential to really have a nice time just rendering out. We're going to have a little kind of rock there that the stream of water kind of breaks on. Because why not? Only I don't like it being perfectly centered, so. Why not? I'll catch a little bit more reflection of the sky up there. Yeah, alright. So I could keep going on this. I honestly feel like I know really where this is going. So I think I'm going to leave it up to you guys. What do you want to see? Do you want me to render this out and like just kind of like make this a cool piece of art where you can see basically the final version of the Hydro Island? Or do we want to kind of work like we're working right now and try and conceptualize the other islands? We'll see how many we can do, maybe another 2 of them on this stream. Yeah, I feel like, you know, we'll probably be able to, I feel like I can definitely kind of render beyond this and make it quite striking and awesome looking. Yeah, more power type designs. I agree. I actually really enjoy conceptualizing and figuring out designs with you guys. You guys give me lots of really cool input. I always find it very interesting and helpful. And so yeah, let's do more ideas. So Hydro, I love it. I think that's going to look so great. I'm really actually quite excited to render it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So we have Brian wants to see Law. A Swifty wants to see Arcane. Arcane could be important to do because I have no idea what I actually want to do. So that's kind of the perfect opportunity because, you know, I'll be like, oh, I'll make it magical, I guess. And I'll like fiddle around and I'll find something. But having you guys with me, you can help me figure that out sooner. And then I can blame you guys if the design is really not a good idea. So, perfect. Win-win. So that's like real old placeholder ideas. This was like the first prototype. There was basically a map that you had your dirigible, and you had a certain amount of fuel. And depending on your altitude that you could get to, there'd be these kind of like coins above the island to represent how valuable the island was. And the higher the altitude, the more valuable it was because it was harder to reach. And it was fun. I liked the game design. A lot of people thought it was pretty cool, but it was very much like an entire game all to its own. You know, it was like not even really MouseHunt adjacent. It was when you played that area, it was playing this mini game as opposed to actually playing MouseHunt. So we decided to kind of change the concept, and I think what we've ended up kind of the direction it's gone in is actually way more interesting and appropriate for MouseHunt. It feels way more kind of like in the universe. You feel like what you're doing by hunting around is actually kind of much more in line. It makes more sense. And then another thing about that first version, or that version that was created, was it was a lot of just kind of like fighting the system the whole time. You're like constantly running out of fuel and struggling to just do anything. So the whole gameplay was just like basically trying to tread water. And if it was something that you got to play actively, like constantly, maybe it'd be fine. But as a slow burn, kind of take a hunt every 15 minutes, just not ideal. It was not very fun. All right. So for this one, the most magical island you could think of. Making sure that everything can read on it easily enough. Those are the kind of main goals. Let's actually look at some mice, because those are also important for kind of identifying the island. You want to see the island and be like, yep, those mice make sense there. Hydro, maybe not the most tied together, because if we were going for like, yep, that is that mouse representing that island, the island would probably be just a pile of clouds. And I don't know, maybe ice actually. Ooh, I didn't think of that. Now I think of it, I might need to kind of like do a little tweaking on, wow, what just happened to my browser? What is all that stuff on the sides? Okay. Windows did an update without asking me this morning, and it's like, hey, use our browser only, please. I don't know what's going on. I don't like this. Ooh, okay. Well, hopefully, okay. Now look. Good. You know what? I'm thinking that this kind of always on top tool here is maybe not as compatible. I think there's a newer version. I'll have to download that. See if I'll still be able to use it next stream. Let's see if this will keep working. I can still go to... Oh my goodness. What is happening? I hate this. I'm uncomfortable. Okay, I'm going to save my work because my computer is not happy. Well, if my computer dies during the stream and I disappear, I've blown up another computer. It's been years. It's been years. It's just latent talent of mine, apparently. Why? All right, I'm gonna just close that and maybe open a new window and hope that is the stream good? Are we good? I'm still here. You still here? I think Chrome has just died. Chrome. Microsoft Edge killed my Chrome. Microsoft murdered it. How could you? God, this is bad. Literally can't open a new Chrome window. Oh, there we go. Okay, that works. So you just got to call out things that are a problem, and maybe stuff will, well, not just call out, but point out. All right, what was I getting at? Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the mice. All right, physical island, tactical, arcane mice. So we have 4 arcane mice to look at, and they're very pretty. Let me just, and this one. Oh, I tweaked the foot on this one. I didn't like the balance. I did this one on stream, and this one, and this one. Okay, so one of the things about the arcane designs is they're very kind of direct sunlight. They have these kinds of heavy red cloaks and kind of lots of wind. But other than like the bright kind of direct sun, they have very light and loose kind of clothing, except the heavier kind of cloak. So there's kinds of these reds and greens. There's bright colors. So just kind of keeping those things in mind. Windy, and then lots of magic. So how can we take those elements and bring those into the design? There's also these kinds of like tassels on a lot of the characters, and that's kind of part of their aesthetic. So we have kind of light flowing kind of fabrics. Maybe that could be vegetation. Magical plants on the island. And then heavy kind of cloak over top of it all somehow. Overall, maybe we want it to just feel like it is just magic. Just the island itself is made of solidified magic. Who knows? Islands encircling a magical sky laser beam. Yes. I don't think I've updated Chrome. I should probably do that as well. Basically, maybe I need to just do an update on everything except Photoshop, because never again. I will use this old version that's slowly dying until I die. Until Adobe is like, let's actually make Photoshop for artists and not make the tools worse every time. What if there's just an orb? Wizards love orbs. Giant crone. Ooh, heavy each element on a floating gemstone. It's magical. I love it. I love it. I love it, but I don't want it to interfere with the kind of this sky glass thing. I think, you know what, I actually think I'm going to have to change the rendering on this sky glass, because it is like it forces me to have to put something behind it, right, to kind of make that read, and that's not terrible, but it does kind of force my hand on how to design everything a little bit. So I'll work with it for now, but if it starts to kind of, because there's so many different islands to create, and I don't want them all to have to use that same technique. If it starts to really kind of mess with that, then I'll have to assess it then. But for now, we'll just work with it. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. So I don't know why, but like just having this be an orb is kind of interesting to me. It feels like a wizard did it, right? That's kind of like what Arcane makes me think of. This island, it makes no sense. A wizard did that. They do those things. They were doing some weird magic experiment, or this is their kind of like giant kind of crystal ball kind of idea, you know. So there's potentially something there, I don't know. It's kind of odd. Kind of a little too much, maybe. Yeah, so, okay, there's kind of the light, flowy fabric, there's the heavy cloaks, the tassels, the magic kind of runes on the mice themselves. So that's another thing. It could be kind of like the Forgotten Island before everything went wrong and it like, you know, went to ruin. That could be what it feels like. You know, we could make Forgotten and the Arcane very closely tied together, because in the lore I kind of see there being this kind of connection between them, where it's like the Forgotten is what Arcane used to be. It's like a different version of it, but it's like long lost knowledge and kind of similar in its own ways. So the mice do have these kinds of flowy runes kind of carved onto them. So we could use that as one of the elements. And they're almost like these silver kind of tattoos on the mice. So that could be cool. But I don't want to go too crazy with that. Maybe that's not the direction yet. Skyglass can be wrapped in a cloak of levitation. That'd be a really big cloak. Could be, though. Just kinda. But then, okay, so that's one of the challenges as well, of trying to generate these islands to fit each of the possible scenarios. Right now, what we're drawing is we're drawing everything turned on at once, and that will never be the case. At most, only 4 of these things will ever be present, and if that is the case, if 4 different things are shown, it'll be kind of the smallest, weakest version of each. It's kind of like when all 4 of the slots, if you want to call it that, are filled with just the sky glass. All you'll see is this gigantic piece of sky glass. The treasure chest won't be there. The you know, pirate ship and the warden's shrine and the ore, none of those things will be there. It'll be just this massive sky glass. So like, that's another thing that we'll need to do, is when we render these out, we need to try all kinds of different variations of, you know, what does it look like if only this is here, or a mixture of that. And so that's kind of like another challenge with the design, is we need to make sure it works in all the different possible configurations. So that's kind of a thing. Just like, why would this be weird, just geometric shapes, but why wouldn't it? I don't like it. I'm not going to do that. I don't think it... A wizard did this, of course. I mean, basically a wizard definitely did it. Like, Zugzwang style, we have the kind of the seasonal gardens and the crystal library floating above Rodentia, just kind of skidding along the ocean surface and using kind of similar magic, but the floating islands, I suspect, might be older. And if anything, Zugzwang kind of learned the knowledge based off of these islands that were for quite some time hidden. So there's that. There's that, but I kind of like the idea of these being more geometric. It just feels more intentional. Right? Does that make sense? Which is kind of like, okay, if they're like these super magic users, they were probably the ones that did this. Maybe. I don't know. Do you know? Maybe I know. But yeah, so they kind of created at least this island for themselves, and shaped it to their own whims. So that feels a little arcane to me, you know. So we've got these kind of floating rocks everywhere, just kind of curved a little bit, you know. You can look at it and it kind of feels like it's, you know, telling that story. I think that's what we want, right? And then the actual surfaces of them, they can be a little more kind of artistic and kind of intentional, instead of these kind of like, oh, that's just a hunk of earth, or that's kind of like a nice kind of landscaped waterfall kind of spilling across. That was landscaped that way, you know. It's intentionally made to be that pretty, but this is like constructed through magic kind of feel, and so maybe there's kind of like glowing kind of runes between them, kind of holding them in place specifically that way, or maybe there's like a bridge made out of, you know, rocks that they kind of floated into place because they can, you know. So they're like shaping this kind of magical island. That's kind of interesting. We'll just kind of, yeah, I mean, I actually kind of like the idea of them almost being just boulders that they floated up. There's not like a lot of vegetation on it. It feels a little more kind of constructed, like they've built their own kind of, you know, still not like handmade, but it's like a little bit more kind of almost like the shrines, right? Like the island itself will have that feel to it, right? Maybe they were the ones that brought out the wardens in the first place and the paragons. Like, I feel like the arcane mice could be responsible for this whole mess up here, right? I would kind of check out. And so kind of like having the look of the island itself representative to that seems fair, right? So that, I think that's an interesting kind of way to do this island. I think I'll chuck out the giant orb. Maybe there'll just be a tiny orb somewhere. Keep the orb. I will make it less. There you go. Just floating. I don't want it to draw a lot of attention. It's not important, right? But it's also kind of fun. Tiny orb. That's probably too tiny. Because ultimately, we're actually going to be looking at this like much smaller, so you know, I still want things to read clearly. Alright, I'm going to get rid of it there. No, I did not. Maybe it's like embedded into the side of one of these, because Ooh, okay, it's just jammed in the side of the rock. That makes more sense. That's something they would do. It makes me think of the Reaper's Perch a little bit, although that's a shadow trap. And so much of the designs I do for this game is just because. Is that a bad thing? Hey, if it's cool and fun, then it's justified. Maybe. Alright, I kind of like this kind of almost just glass shoved into that boulder there, and maybe the light is coming through on the other side of it. It's kind of causing a little bit of a glow, which is kind of fun. So we'll just add a little bit of upside down sky, because it would actually flip the image if it's like this lens, maybe. Don't need to go too crazy. This is just kind of the rough sketch layer. And that might be just distracting because it's, again, going to be relatively small. So if it's just this kind of interrupting kind of highlight in the middle of a otherwise relatively clean shape, maybe that just interferes. So I feel like maybe that's a little bit better for it. Just kind of keeping it clear and readable is pretty important, right? So I like it being this kind of bridge between those two islands there. That's kind of fun. Spider Island made out of webs. That would work for the shadow, maybe. Something like that. Just cobwebs holding it together. Ugh. Although I'd suppose the Forgotten as well. Magical vines. There's not enough vegetation on the islands. Like the characters don't feel like they fit with that. Maybe the physical could use more vegetation. The hydro, I feel like the mice really don't work for that. Unfortunately, like, let me show you the hydro mice that we have. I guess I didn't need to close the arcane mice since I'm still working on that. Ah, it's so cute. There's a lot of cute mice. I think I might need to change the cloud on that one. Yeah, okay, so they're all very kind of, yeah, it doesn't quite fit the hydro that I've done, because they're much more kind of cold. Ooh. They feel more kind of like cold weather, right? This one maybe not as cold, but they're like, they have these kind of ice crystals on their face. That was like an intentional, you know, this staff is like a piece of wrought wood with like ice coating it, right? And like scarves and kind of heavier pants. So it doesn't quite feel like the like, you know, bubbling creek kind of by the sun and calm little waterfall. Like, I feel like maybe we need to tweak the hydro still because it doesn't quite fit with those mice. I think we need to like bring in some ice and cold. So I think if we just remove the kind of vegetation feel to it, because that is one thing I really do need to keep in mind, the actual mice that are going to belong there. That's kind of important. So this is the hydro. I think it will work if I kind of like make it more like, oh, this is like almost like a glacier floating up there, and there's meltwater kind of carving through it, and that actually makes sense for these jagged kind of rock bits. You know, it could be a combination of rock and ice, and it would be really jagged because, you know, it like snapped off and cracked, and then I guess it could also soften because it's melting down, and, you know, so maybe it would actually make more sense to be quite soft. But I like the aesthetic of that kind of jagged break there, like it was snapped off from something. And then where the water is melting, it's soft and worn down as the water kind of like melts away at the actual structure. And then it also works, you know, the original kind of Hydro Island was this kind of like immediately readable blue water drops, that kind of feeling, right? It did read as hydro because the hydro symbol is just a big water drop. The concept is it's, you know, water, wet. And so, you know, for this to be like lush and green and sunny and stuff, it's kind of like, it doesn't necessarily read as hydro anymore. It's more kind of like lush vegetation, pretty landscaping, very, very pretty. But if this is all kind of like more ice and rock and water melting around that, I think that'll be a stronger read, and it'll fit with the current aesthetic of the mice, and it also kind of makes sense for floating up in high altitude. You know, you're probably not going to get a lot of plants growing so much up there, although of course I'm still going to have plants in there, because, you know, in this universe that could happen. Why not? Yeah, Terry Pratchett, very good inspiration for this stuff. So we are actually coming up on 1 o'clock. I'm not going to chuck this design. I think it's solid, like the value and flow and stuff. I'm going to tweak it a little bit to kind of like keep in mind the grayscale version of it. You know, make sure that the contrast is, you know, comfortable. But I like the design. I'm just going to not go really vegetation and stuff like that. I think I'll leave that more on the forgotten and maybe do more of it with the physical, because those ones are more like kind of, you know, living off the land mice. They're kind of these kind of barbarian style characters with furs and stuff like that. So they kind of, you know, they don't have the magic to kind of, you know, create clouds that they can float around and get stuff done with, but they got big muscles and swords, so they'll do farming with that. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna make it more kind of ice. I think that is what it would match the mice. Ultimately, that's what I'm getting at. So make it ice and glaciers style. There we go. Note taken. Arcane. Yeah, so I like the feeling of it almost looking like the Warden Shrines a little bit. I do want them to stand out from each other. I don't want it to get lost. So if you have an Arcane Island that has a Warden there, you're not going to totally miss that detail. I want it to kind of almost draw even more attention to it, maybe, because it's like they maybe are extra interested in the Wardens, perhaps. Maybe they study them on their Arcane Islands, or you know, are the ones that make sure that as many islands as they can have those kind of creatures amongst them to protect them or something. So yeah, I like it just being these like carved boulders that are floating there with runes. That just seems very just arcane style. So how does this match up with the mice that I closed already? And we're going to go on lunch in a minute. So let me just try and finish the kind of thread that I'm on before I jump off to lunch. All right. So again, I think that having kind of like the sun kind of almost beating down on it feels more in line with the arcane characters. Well, it's not necessarily like the most present. Like, I feel like this character really captures that in a wonderful way, whereas these ones were made a little earlier, and it doesn't quite have that feel as much. Like, the fabrics maybe feel like it's catching a lot of light, but I could do more with the cloak, I think. But yeah, I feel like, so trying to imagine those characters on this hunk of land. You know, it could have kind of the soft, wispy plant matter up there, and that can kind of like feel like it matches their clothing, whereas like these heavy cloaks are just like the massive boulders that are just holding everything down. So there's this nice contrast of very light and soft and billowy kind of elements combined with these heavy and thick and sturdy, you know, rocks. And I like the softness of them, the kind of rounded, not jagged. So they've been kind of worn down a little bit. Although maybe we want to keep them a little bit more jagged just to make sure they don't feel like they're kind of entering the forgotten kind of realm where it's all very smooth and weathered. So maybe it would be important to keep the kind of sharper edges on some of these just to make sure that they feel a little more recent. So we'll do that. I'll just give a couple of flat surfaces to make sure that it doesn't feel ancient. Not all the surfaces will need to, just breaking everything. Not all the surfaces need to be jagged and freshly broken off. You know, again, like I like the idea of this being kind of like crafted with their magic, so it's, you know, all the designs are kind of purposeful. And like maybe it's not perfect either, you know, like they can only float things relative to each other, so things are a little bit shifted around constantly, and you know, not everything lines up exactly, right? That's kind of fun. Yeah, so we'll have probably these kind of silver streaks of kind of runes kind of painted on, or carved in, or however it works. But I don't want it to take away from that kind of the Warden Shrine, but something like this, you know, that feels like it could be magical. And I think having some glowing stuff, but a little more subtle maybe than we do oftentimes. We like to make things glow quite vibrantly. So we could do something like that a little bit, but not too crazy. So we'll put more these kind of blocks around. And then, okay, so the ore is kind of a challenge. How do we want to make sure this is kind of on top of the surface? We can kind of just block it in as just a nice big boulder. And then these are almost kind of like it's a donut of boulders. There you go. Perfect description. That's what they were going for. The arcane mice wanted to live on a donut of rocks. We'll figure this out. Yeah, so I think that this is an interesting kind of idea. It feels, again, it feels different enough. And that's kind of the goal, is to make sure each one tells their own little story from each other, and they don't feel like they're all just, yep, that's the island, and it has just a little feature dressing to say that, yep, that's the arcane versus the physical. They basically look the same, but this one has a little bit of magic, I guess. You know, I want to make sure that they just all really feel quite unique and different. So I don't think that's too hard to do. I think we're managing to do that pretty effectively. It's not very difficult. Let's make this kind of a little higher up there. And then maybe there's just kind of like a floating boulder as like a stair step between them. Although, who knows what the scale of this would be? I mean, especially considering that right there is a pirate ship. How far away is it? We don't know. So maybe I'll actually kind of make it like almost these haphazard stairs that look like they could be massive or tiny. Especially if they're like different sizes, you know, it's kind of hard to know. Okay, so that's kind of a thing. I guess that works. And again, yeah, we'll have more kind of magic elements around it. I like the idea of kind of cutting into this a little bit more. Don't worry, we're going to go on lunch real soon. Just so that these can kind of like stand out a little bit better. Yeah, so now they're a little bit more distinct. And boy, oh boy, this is precarious to walk on, so maybe make sure you have the ability to levitate yourself, I guess, before trying. I mean, some of the arcane mice have wings, so I guess they got that going for them. It's just a gap right there. Good luck. Okay. So that's kind of fun. And again, like, honestly, when viewed at size, I don't even know if that detail will be visible, so that might have been a waste. But, ooh, we could bring the orb back. You right. Let's bring the orb back. I already deleted it. We'll just have to draw a new one. Yeah. I don't know why, but it makes me think of like there's an item in D&D, the like necklace of fireballs, where like when you take one off the necklace, it turns into basically a fireball spell, and it just kind of made me think of this island. You know, each of these kind of little hunks is a different kind of tool for them, and maybe they spend them. I don't know. Doesn't really make much sense, but that's kind of what came to mind. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's kind of interesting, actually. It's just having this. We don't need to make it very big, to be honest. But yeah, just this weird kind of unnatural geometric orb. And I mean, it could just be, yeah, like a crystal ball. But it's kind of interesting that it's just weirdly floating there. And actually, now that I think about it, I didn't even think of this, it actually works with the power type. Because if you look at the power type image for Arcane, it's like this hand with like an orb in the center, and actually a lot of the characters have these kind of orbs of power that they're kind of throwing around. So you know what? Totally intentional. It was. I mean, you guys might have seen it that way from the start, but yeah, I didn't even think of that. That works. Okay, cool. I think that that is a good enough place to go off and have lunch. I'm actually just looking for the power types in the game because now I'm like, am I just wrong? Did I? So many rift. There it is. Okay, yeah. So there's the hand with the orb. So perfect, and we can just make a really interesting colored orb that will be fun. Um, Easy peasy. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can use the colors from that as well. There's the red and the blue. Maybe we'll go a little more green, because that way it kind of ties into the mice aesthetics. And then again, I think we still want to have some kind of lighter, softer kind of foliage feeling to kind of match their kind of clothing look. So let me just do this so I have a quick little reminder about that. So we're going to go on lunch, and I'll be back in an hour, and we'll stream until probably 3:30. So I'm going to be gone for an hour. We'll come back at 2:15 and work for basically another hour and a bit. Actually, maybe we'll do a shorter lunch. Because I'm getting a lot of good stuff out of this, thanks to you guys, so I do want to capitalize on that. So maybe I will take a quicker lunch. I don't normally do that, but I'm also starting lunch a little late. Let's go for 2 o'clock. So in 47 minutes, basically. All right, I'm gonna switch my camera to lunch mode. Activate lunch mode. Lunch mode activated. All right, I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. And we're back. Hello, friends. Welcome back from lunch. Alright, so we're just going to jump back in because I want to get a lot of stuff done, and we have less than 2 hours to try and accomplish what we can. So I think we're pretty good on the direction for this piece. I like the design. I feel like it's pretty unique. It does contain each of the kind of elements pretty well. It tells its own little unique story. I think I'll tweak, pardon me, a little burp, sorry. I'll tweak kind of, as I go and render stuff. I think that there's kind of some improvements that I can make on it for sure. But overall, it'll stay in this kind of realm. Sorry, my alarm is going off. There we go. I'm going to center this a little bit more. I feel like it would actually kind of float a little more here, maybe, if it's kind of like trying to be relatively evenly spaced between them, if we're looking in terms of kind of like perspective, but I'll figure that out when I render it. It'd actually be kind of cool if it like has little bits of reflections from the islands themselves kind of on the surface of it. I feel like that would look pretty rad. Although maybe it'll be glowing a little too much to kind of have those. We'll see. So that's something to play around with when I do the render. And yeah, I think that'll be fun. And then, yeah, a little bit of like maybe glowing between some of the islands to kind of show them interacting magically. Probably more runes kind of painted on. But I don't want to go overboard with it, especially if this is kind of like an element that's used for the wardens. I don't want to kind of take that element away from them too much. But the arcane mice do have some of these designs on them, so I don't want to kind of miss that potential detail. So what I am going to do is we're going to do maybe like another 2 designs. I feel like that's probably doable. But I am going to keep the mice kind of up for reference because I think one of the things that I do think will be really important for the designs in the end is using the mice as the color palette for it. Not super relevant for the kind of sketching phase that I'm doing because I'm just basically using grayscale to design it, but knowing kind of what palette I'm going to work in does kind of inform that a little bit. The actual shapes and kind of like what the textures would end up being. I kind of have intention of when I'm kind of scribbling it out, even if it is just black and white. And then, of course, like the mice have different feeling to them. Like there's different kind of textures and attitudes, and those can kind of come across in the design that we create. So just trying to create that for the mice. I want them to match their environment. So as I've mentioned, there's kind of the like light billowy kind of soft fabrics with the sun kind of blasting them, and then the heavy thick kind of cloaks with tassels. So I feel like we can kind of capture that feeling on the island using similar colors. Like the rocks could be a little warmer, a little more kind of the reds in them, and then the like plants and stuff that could be kind of strewn about, or as someone mentioned, having kind of banners and kind of like actual kind of stuff like that kind of draped around could actually work pretty well. Or maybe the magic effect has that kind of soft flowing with the air and kind of little light glow. And then like the lighting on everything will kind of feel a little bit more in direct sunlight as opposed to like overcast with the shadows and stuff. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? Yeah. Yeah, no, when we can, I like to go for whimsy with a mix of realism, but like if it's fun and fantastical, then I think we try and lean into that. Um, but like try and make the rendering make sense at least, you know. So, yeah, so I think that the arcane is relatively kind of figured out. You know, I think that um, this is doable. I'll be able to render this, and I think it'll be pretty cool. As I said, I'll probably tweak it as I render either way. But let's jump on to a different one. I've seen a few people saying they want to see Shadow, and I want to see Shadow too. I don't know what that one would look like, but I feel like that'll be quite important to figure out. So let's jump on to Shadow. Yes. So yeah, law and tactical are connected in the sense that the law mice love to steal the technology from the tactical inventors. So I like the potential of having the tactical island be like fully steampunk kind of, it's all like they constructed it themselves and made it fly on their own. And then the law mice basically stole bits and pieces of that to kind of like make their own fortress of like nefariousness. Um, so that's kind of the jam between them. Although the law mice, for example, the stacked thieves characters that we worked on before, the idea is that they've basically stolen stuff from each of the power types. So it doesn't have to be exclusively from the law characters. It's just the previous character that I designed, it was kind of using that idea. I just thought that was kind of a fun little story beat, so I went with it. But so like I think that gives me a bit of stuff to work with. I have enough of a concept that I think I could kind of figure those islands out outside of the stream, although I think they'll be really fun for people to see come together. So maybe if I don't end up doing those, next week, we could do it for a stream in the future. But that said, I probably will end up getting these wrapped up early next week. However, there is also going to be an alternate set of these, I think. That is slightly lower priority. It might not kind of come about if there's too many things that end up taking time and we need to shave some elements of the project down, but there's a good chance that there might be souped up versions of each of these islands. So we'll see if that ends up happening. I think that'll be really fun to basically take all these concepts and double the theme on it, and just kind of really amp it up. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, steampunk floating tactical mice. Zugzwang got his ideas for the Technic mice here, huh? Maybe. Maybe they have some things in common. Maybe there's more to learn, possibly. We shall see. Yeah, take it up to 11. You're right. All right, so Shadow. Let's just jump in. So the Shadow mice, there's lots of purples, dark, kind of a lot of stuff in Shadow, covered by things, cloaks and the likes, and then cool glowing capes and stuff. Here, I'll just show you like a little snippet. They love stars. They're into the night sky, although I don't think we're going to be able to kind of have the transition of day and night cycles. That would require a lot of extra effort. It'd be cool if it's like, oh, cool, like when you go to this island, it's at night. When you go here, it's overcast. When you go here, it's like storming and raining. That would be cool, but it wouldn't be as simple as just kind of changing the background. We would need to kind of adjust each of these kind of modifier elements. So basically that would mean all the 8 different island types have potentially 8 different variations of all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess there'd probably be 7 modifier things that can swap out, and actually there's kind of like 4 variations of 2 of those things, so there's even more. And then yeah, like the background for each of them, like it would be like basically taking what is already a lot of moving parts and multiplying those by a lot. So as cool as it would be to make it like a night scene, I don't think we can do it that way. I think maybe the kind of like alternate boss mode might have more of that feel, so we can dive into that further there, I think. Anyways, neither here nor there, let's just do some sketches and figure out what we want to do for this. So one of the things about it is all of the mice here have kind of hoods covering things. They're kind of, you know, hiding. That's kind of their thing. Obviously, they're all about keeping to the shadows and being mysterious and studying the dark arts. So we'll probably want to try and convey that somehow. Maybe like big kind of swooping things that block out the light to kind of cover over stuff. I don't know why these would be there, but like, you know, that's kind of what would make sense to match their aesthetic, is just kind of these shaded giant things that kind of block out the light. And maybe for this one it's actually just like one big kind of massive, you know, because we want to make each of the islands just kind of stand out in their own right. What if it's just one big, keep doing that, move you over a little bit more, giant observatory? Oh, that would actually kind of be cool, because they're like studying the sky, so it makes sense that they'd set up their, like, you know, star gazing equipments. But yeah, like they kind of have this kind of like more hostile exterior to them, so having the silhouette of this have those kind of pointed edges, sharp, angular, kind of dangerous feeling to it. Kind of checks out, right? It almost looks like they're inside of a cooled down kind of like blob of lava that would, like, it was a bubble of molten rock that cooled into kind of this, you know, interesting domed shape. So what if it is kind of more like a hollow, it's like a crater floating or something like that. I think it might need to be, let's see, do we want this to be kind of the flat of it, if it even has that? Like, what if it's, because the mice have like lots of cool, interesting kind of glow to them. Like, I love this character here. Like, just the like hidden under surfaces is where these kind of glowing things are. So like, if there's these almost kind of plates or things kind of covering over, and then underneath that is this kind of glowing purple. You know, suddenly it is, or blue and purple. I guess it's a little more blue for the stuff under the cloaks, but basically this kind of feeling where the insides of things are where the interesting kind of stuff is happening. So, and it feels very magical, very mysterious. It's like, what is happening in this weird place that it's all super secret, something like that. And then like where the sun, where the light is hitting it, maybe it just kind of goes to this very kind of like, not much is going on here, kind of neutral gray. But then where the shadows are, there's lots of interesting stuff that suddenly kind of shows up. Almost like the stuff is not visible when in the light. has to go into the dark to be seen. And that's kind of an interesting concept. So yeah, for the most part, maybe it's just kind of this like plain looking rock, but then where the shadows are cast, that's where it like looks pretty interesting. Okay, so one of the things about this right now is see how bright and like vivid that chest is. That chest might not look so like out of place on the other islands because that's like in the sunlight on, let's say, the hydro. But here I just kind of like being like, oh, what if we like hide it inside this cavern? That'd look cool, but like now the lighting would need to change on the surface of that for it to work. It will look way out of place if I just leave it as is. But the way that I'm setting up the paper dolls for this is we're not going to be kind of swapping out those assets. Those need to stay consistent so that we can just kind of swap the islands and it'll work well that way. So in this case, I'm gonna have to avoid putting that one in shadow, even though that's like such a perfect opportunity to do something interesting like that. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure that that's not hiding in the shadow, which is kind of like a bummer because I thought that would be pretty cool. But not gonna work as easily, unfortunately. I can put like this kind of, you know, giant wall, this bat wing wall behind it, but it's not like in a position where it's blocking the light directly. And maybe I'll like have it kind of come out here where it's about to do that, but the shadow falls just short, so it doesn't quite get to cast that shadow on it. Almost though, almost. Yeah. See, I feel like this is gonna, you'll see it and you'll immediately kind of be able to tie it together with the mice that exist here. Oh, I gotta give you guys the Larry link. That's right. Alright, so we're back from lunch. That's how it go. Copy. And paste. Has anyone downloaded the Clan O'Connell? Giving it a go? What did you think? Just changed layers because that hotkey is still a thing. Not being able to get rid of it, but I do have a special program that I can use to make it take over that hotkey, because that's my workaround. Just install a third-party program to ignore it, basically. It's like I wrote a script that just says if these keys are pressed at the same time, don't do anything. Don't let Photoshop know that you pressed those keys, okay? And it works. So there you go. Hitting the hotkey buttons and not doing anything. And like even in the new Photoshop, because I was like, I'm gonna look for this hotkey right away because I'm already having to, you know, mess with a lot of this stuff. The legacy options I needed to turn on because it just was better that way. But yeah, could not find the hotkey in that version either for like just walking between the different layers. It's basically Alt and square brackets up and down, but could not find that in any of the hotkey settings in either version. So I don't know why. Oh yeah, and like for whatever reason, anytime I was like using my stylus to click on a new layer to like select it to start to render on it, I would only tap it once, but it would pull up the the window that comes up if you double tap, which is this one, the layer style palette. And it's because I'd be like drawing and like lift up my pen and like push down on that layer fast enough that it registered it as a double click. But I guess in that version it doesn't matter if you actually double click on just the same object. I guess you can just click anywhere and then click on that layer and it's like, yep, that's a valid double click. So I don't know why that's a thing, because that's annoying. Because yeah, basically anytime I needed to switch layers, which is frequently, maybe not for work like this, but like when I was working on HUD stuff, I'd have to constantly switch layers to like tweak this and push and pull that. Yeah, so every time it pulled up that window, it would just kind of lag for a second and I'd have to close that window. Even if it was just a moment, it would lag, it would just interrupt constantly. It was like 50% of the time I had to select a layer, it would do that. So it was not fun. Not fun at all. Alright, so yeah, I feel like this is kind of cool. Like, I like this almost, you know, bat wing kind of look thing going on. Little, I don't know why I'm thinking gothic feel, but maybe. It's kind of neat that it's its own kind of unique shape compared to the others, where it's like the whole thing is just this one big kind of blotch of land. And then, yeah, let's see, we've got some kind of just overall purple glow on the underside of this. And then I like the idea of kind of like making it feel like the starry sky that's inside the other capes. And this inside, because I'm kind of picturing the light coming in from the top right. So that part would be getting hit by light, so where that kind of purple glow would have been is now just kind of washed out with this kind of gray, because those kind of interesting details are hidden in the light. You have to be in shadow to see them. So that's kind of what I'm doing there. Don't know if that comes across fully, but that's the idea. I think it's kind of cool. Yeah, that is going to be a thing, is trying to kind of make the color schemes all work, because they are most likely going to vary a fair amount, and that's kind of useful, right? You want them to stand out and kind of be their own independent kind of looking thing. So if they were all the same palette, that's a little harder. But again, they all have to work with the same image of like the treasure and image of the kind of the cheese cloud behind. That said, none of those elements are like final render, so once I have all the islands created, which is why I'm going in this order, where it was kind of like, okay, well, here's the rough sketch of what the islands could be. Now, how could I place all these modifiers around it? Cool, they all feel like they have their own place, and you know, they're all right. They could probably read. Now I'm figuring out how to make each island unique and interesting and stand on its own, and then after that's done, I can go back to these modifier items and just make sure that each of them can work on each of the islands. And then once that's done, we're basically golden. It's all good. Everything works. As I mentioned, I really do feel like this kind of the sky glass in the bottom left, I feel like that's probably going to be something that I do need to change. I feel like there could be more kind of presence instead of relying on me having to put something dark behind it for it to stand out. So it feels like a bit of a weakness with it, but it's fixable. Yeah, and then so for the like silhouette of this, it almost has like a Maleficent cape kind of feel to it. But yeah, like I like how this feels like some kind of torn cloak that, you know, is covering the island or something. So I feel like that is working. I'll probably have to like take a good look at these without any of the modifiers turned on as well, so I can see what's actually behind all these and if it makes sense. Because obviously a lot of these will be viewed without any of these things present most of the time. So like turn off the treasure, crystals, sky ore. So I can basically look at it with these all turned off. And that one I didn't end up using. Maybe I'll figure it out. This was kind of, we were toying with the idea because the wardens are like these forces of nature that are tied to the weather. And so we're like, well, maybe we'll do like a weather station. So I kind of made this weird, kind of whimsical weather machine, I guess. But I was like, nah, I want them to feel more kind of like just tied to the islands themselves. So like this thing made out of pieces of the island is kind of what brings them around. So these kind of shrine type things. I don't know if that's what we'll go with, but that's just what I tried, and we're kind of like, okay, I guess it makes sense. The ore has always been a bit of a challenge to kind of make this interesting, stand out. On this one, I think it'll stand out nicely. We got like oranges and blues and purples, and those contrast each other. So they kind of like, you know, there's all this nice big kind of cool blues everywhere, and a smaller kind of patch of orange really makes that pop out. Whereas this, it's, because it's very dark, it helps pop it out. But you know, I think I need to add more depth and stuff to that, so I'll do that. Treasure chest, we'll figure that out. I don't even know if it's going to be a treasure chest in the end. But yeah, feeling like that could work for Shadow. How do you guys like it? Do you see it? Does this feel like a Shadow Island? And like, because it's Shadow, maybe, you know, like, and maybe for the Hydra one as well, maybe it has its own kind of, you know, fog of cloud kind of obscuring elements of it. I don't know. That could be interesting, as long as it doesn't kind of interfere with the other designs that need to present themselves. And then also it feels a little bit too big for the space. I want to try and constrain it so that they can all use the same dimensions basically. But that, something like that is definitely a possibility. So I don't want to ignore that as a potential idea. It's like with this one, I need to make sure, even if I want to get like cool details, like, oh, what if this came up and kind of wrapped around, because the crystals would be there, the sky glass, whatever we're calling it. Now it's like sitting on top of it in a weird way, so can't quite just do that. Okay. And I do need to figure out how this will work with the ore. So the ore is just kind of slapped on in an odd way. But if, what if, so this is kind of the front of just kind of like a hunk that is like basically attached, but not quite. I don't know if that reads very well. And then, like, just due to the shapes of things, I want to like have like a fin coming up here, because I feel like that would kind of work well with that shape there to kind of like have it repeat a little bit. But if I do that right there, then it's in the way of the treasure chest. So, oh, you know what? It's not. Ooh, I could do that. Okay. Actually, I might shrink it down a little bit and move it over to the left a little bit anyways. So I think we're actually safe from it interfering then. If we change the design of the chest quite a bit. Okay, so that's not so bad then. It's weird that might not work. And that lets me kind of cast a little bit more of a shadow there, which could be fun. Because then I can have more of the kind of hidden in the light elements played up here. And again, it's going to be really small, so I don't know how much of this is actually going to be very visible. So who knows if this works, but it's kind of a cool idea. I guess you guys will be able to tell me if this works or not. But it certainly feels distinct from the other islands. Kind of like, do I want to try and figure out more little minute details or move on to something different and just try and get as many kind of little things, as many concepts as I can explore today done. Yeah, I feel like maybe we'll move on and try and discover the next thing, because I feel like there's something here. It certainly like keeps with the mice pretty effectively, which is the main goal really, I think, that I should keep in mind. Yeah. Alright. It'll be really fun to render, to be honest, because just kind of like making sure the light is doing something interesting, and then it having kind of like special rules of like when stuff falls into shadow, it starts to kind of like get a whole different kind of aesthetic going on. Should be pretty fun to try and kind of like make things fall into shadow a lot. This is more interesting. Okay. Not 100%, but it does stand out as something like shadow. So I'm gonna go with that. Again, yeah, the sky glass does not feel like it fits very well, so I'm gonna definitely have to tweak that. That's fine. Update it there. Okay. So what's next? Yeah, I'll have to kind of make sure things resolve well. I could mess around with that and make sure everything lines up, but then I'm pretty much getting to the point where I'm going to be rendering it, because I actually added some color and depth and stuff. And I could easily just spend the rest of the day just kind of rendering that out, but I feel like people might be more interested in just getting these concepts put through, and I feel like that's a little more productive for me as well. Because I can easily kind of just absorb myself into these renderings, but it doesn't always work trying to like figure out the designs. So another thing I want to keep in mind is trying to keep the same perspective for each of the islands. I didn't give myself a guide. If you're doing stuff like this, it could be pardon me, it could be quite useful to kind of like create a 3D grid that shows you the planes that the the actual surfaces would work on. I think it's relatively consistent though. Let's see, so we have the physical and the shadow. Yeah, it seems like they're kind of in the same angle. Thankfully, like the treasure chest has a little bit of information to show like what the angle might be, and in general, I kind of like have an idea of what angle we're looking at this, just enough above that we can see interesting details. And it's not a profile view because those aren't as interesting as just like 3/4. Well, it's not quite. Ooh, that's a good floor. 95. Good job. All right, so yeah, tactical. I feel like tactical would be kind of before law, and I'm kind of interested to see what that would look like. I feel like it wouldn't be a hard one for me to figure out because it's like I've been doing lots of steampunk for this area, and I'm just going to make it steampunky. But we basically have most of them. So okay, we have arcane. I think that's figured out to the point where I can render it. I'll tweak as I go. Draconic, it's pretty cool. It stands out. It feels draconic. I'm gonna pull up more draconic mice and probably have to kind of like tune it just a bit to feel a little more in line with them. But I feel like that's going to be each of the islands, to be honest. I want to actually bring up the mice that will belong there and use them to kind of render out. Forgotten, that one's one that I think would be more informative for us to work on together because I could get some good ideas from you guys about what that could be. Hydro, I'm totally in love with what this can end up being. Going a little more cold and glacial as opposed to kind of like serene gardening. Law, kind of having a bit of the claw shot feel, but a little more kind of wild wild west, integrating some steampunk stuff that they stole, making it kind of more nefarious somehow. So something like that. Defensive cactuses, who knows. Physical, it's pretty good. I might kind of come back after the other ones to see where this could stand out. There was the idea of kind of having more kind of vegetation and stuff be a part of this location and kind of giving it that life. Shadow, we just worked on. It's a cool concept. I think that there's definitely some fun to be had to render it. And I think it is pretty unique, so that works. But I think there's still some stuff to figure out for sure. It's not quite there yet, but I think that's enough of a direction to figure it out later. And then tactical. We don't really have kind of any sketch, but it's going to be very heavily steampunk, so I feel like that's pretty figured out. So then, Forgotten. I actually feel like Forgotten is probably the most useful to work on, even though doing tactical could be good because then we could do law a little easier maybe. But Forgotten's the one where I'm like, I think maybe it could be this, but I'm not sure. So I want to work on this one. I'm going to call it. Because I feel like you guys might help me figure it out, So let's look at some Forgotten mice. I won't show you all of the mice that we have because, there's a lot and I want you guys to discover them. This is kind of a pretty good character here. A lot of like kind of frayed fabrics and moss and stuff growing on them. This character has some kind of like, limb replacement action. Has a mechanical arm and loving those steampunk goggles. Like a lot of each of the areas share elements with each other, and that's kind of one of the purposeful things. Each of them has these kinds of kind of teal gemstones somewhere on them. They all have a little bit of brass somehow, and then kind of like their power type symbol is often kind of planted on them somehow. So those are all important elements to the characters, making the whole location fit together. Ooh, Lauren's sharing some artwork. Alright. Just making sure I catch up on my work messages. Okay. There's good banter in there. I'm caught up though. Alright. So, where was I? Yeah, Forgotten Being Ruins. Yes, that's right. That was one of the concepts that I had kind of put forward, and I think that's a good idea. So, yeah, I like the idea of maybe they were the real first ones that, like, launched these islands somehow. And so they're kind of closely tied to the arcane in terms of kind of like, they're similar schools of thought, but these ones are older and arguably wiser, but maybe not, because they didn't kind of thrive like the arcane of today. Yeah, so I like the idea of there being kind of these ruins present everywhere. And then all of the kind of surfaces are worn and growing over. Kind of liking the idea of the islands actually being made out of kind of just falling apart pieces. So it's like maybe at one point it was this big mass, and now it's just a mass of like little kind of parts that are slowly kind of falling apart even more. If that made any sense. I feel like I just kind of mashed my words into a mess. Right. But yeah, basically the idea that they almost kind of cobble their island together out of old leftover pieces. So maybe kind of just gaps here and there. And yeah, all of the kind of like bits are kind of these worn down, kind of just the surfaces of being kind of scraped away over time, smoothed, weathered. And then yeah, maybe so maybe there'd be like kind of deeper etchings into everything, but like they're just kind of worn away. You can barely even see what they are. Like an old coin that's like, that might be a face, that blur, but like there's no good details visible anymore. But this isn't like giving us much for ruins to work with. So I do want to try and get that feeling across a little better. Just kind of block this stuff in a little more, so I can kind of see the volumes of everything, where there is mass and not mass, as opposed to just kind of having outlines and not quite being sure where the island is. Just kind of filling it in gives us some some ideas. Um, so, I mean, again, it is different from the other ones, but I feel like it could be more, for sure. Yeah, like, I think getting the runes, the vines, the moss and stuff, that'll be a big deal, to be honest. Don't need to make it feel like, you know, Indiana Jones deep in the jungle kind of vibe, but this kind of like long lost relic of a place that's being kind of somehow overgrown and fallen into you know, disarray. Is pretty cool. All right, yeah. So get the moss and lichen and stuff kind of growing on things. Get some ruins, I think, would be cool. And like, I don't think you really don't need to do much to kind of give a presence of ruins. Just kind of like, oh, there was an intentional pillar, you know, that was clearly stacked with, you know, stacked by a sentient person of some kind, and it has crumbled away a bit. A mouse-made thing. So just a column, maybe that's not enough, but just trying to get the angles right on some things. And there's like the top of it that fell off or something like that. Yeah. This will be a fun one to paint as well. Honestly, like, I have kind of an appreciation for, I don't like this design. I have an appreciation for doing kind of some landscape stuff because I don't do much of it, and it can be really actually quite fun and interesting to figure out. Doesn't always seem like the most interesting subject matter, but it like usually presents some pretty good rendering challenges that you wouldn't get from doing characters. So they're pretty rewarding. And then of course these designs are like super unique and weird and challenging, so it can be quite interesting to try and figure out and render lots of cool materials that, again, creating a character doesn't necessarily present. I don't know how to draw ruins, guys. Just kind of what could have been walls. And I feel like, you know, pillars of stone with some kind of worn etching poking out of some overgrowth might give that feeling. That might work. There's like, this would have been an archway if it, you know, didn't crumble. I probably need to like soften the shapes a bit, smooth them out. Okay. Thinking more desert ruins than jungle ruins. Yep. These are all pretty good ideas. I think What if it was like the middle here is actually kind of like a big structure that they're all kind of clunked onto. Right? So they're all just kind of slapped against it and sticking somehow, probably from the kind of the growth that we've been kind of mentioning. But then there's almost like a curved kind of ruin in the side of it or something like that, where it's a hidden entrance to their kind of domain. This might actually be what the shadow group needs, where they're not on the surface, but they're hidden inside of it, maybe. I think that could work pretty well, perhaps. You get like lots of cracks across the surfaces. I almost want to make it where you can barely even see that there is a thing here. But there's like clearly some kind of archway. A little bright. And like that kind of has its own interesting mystery to it, right? I kind of like that. How do you even get down to that? Alright, we'll obscure that. Doesn't need to be too obscured. I still want to be able to see it. I mean, that's a pretty big archway, so maybe I'll shrink that just a bit. Actually, it's a very transparent thing. That's not at all correct. I didn't mean to hit that button. There we go. So now I can shrink it down. I can't make it too small. I still need to be able to see this. Move it where it sits a little bit easier to see. On the thumbnail one, there we go. That works. Okay. And just make the planes kind of line up a little bit more with it. Alright, so this is kind of interesting. Let's see what you guys are saying. Oh yeah, like the wooden bridge, but it's already broken. It's just kind of hanging off the side. It used to be useful and attached to something, but it's long gone. That's a fun idea. Yeah, and then I like the idea of there's just these carvings that are just barely discernible. Can't quite make out what they would be, but you'd be like, yep, there was some carving done in there, just barely visible at this point. It's almost like only where the mid-tone shadows are, where the light is just kind of raking across. the like desaturated kind of blah, kind of tired color scheme kind of fits with the mice, right? All these kind of weathered fabrics that have lost all their like vibrant dye. Okay, so that's kind of something, maybe a bit. I'm gonna bring in the kind of growth and stuff like that. Just carved in the side. Ronzo is here. Yeah, so let's see about just kind of this little rope bridge. I feel like this might not be able to read in the kind of the actual kind of final render, but it's a fun idea, so I wanted to try it. It might be a little distracting trying to see what that could be, because again, it's going to be very small, so I need to make sure it can read very small. What a great idea. I like it. Just toning this archway back a bit. It's very, very present, which is kind of the purpose. I want people to notice it, but at the same time, I also want it to kind of settle into the environment just a little more. Yeah, it feels like there is some kind of ancient structure inside this now, because there's a doorway, and these kinds of big kind of blocks are blocking up against, or clunked up against it, forming maybe different kind of areas inside this floating structure. Their lair. And then yeah, like the ruins on top just kind of help add to that kind of feeling of it used to be some kind of thing that was constructed. Maybe there's a city on top of this, who knows? Okay, so we have kind of a bunch of cobbled rocks. Looks kind of cool. We'll add more later. And then I kind of want to get this moss type growth to kind of give it a little bit of life. So I'm going to go overboard, because that's always a useful start. Go too far and then you can know how, when you're where you want to be, because you just pull it back to that point. So that might be an okay layer style. That's a good start to give it that kind of like moss kind of growing on the rock feel, and then if I kind of go on top of that with a more, like a brighter but more toned down color. Let's do a layer on top of that. We'll just kind of pick a few spots to concentrate this. What is... Oh, I see. Merge these together. There we go. Sorry, it was just the layer was not behaving how I expected it to. I was wondering why it wasn't kind of picking up on all the spots I figured it would. So just kind of where the light would be hitting this, and kind of there might be enough of the growth Just kind of punching it up a lot more to kind of make it stand out in just a few interesting places. And now I'll pull it back a bit. It has a little bit of that feel to it, a little overgrowth. We can keep rendering that, pushing it. We still have a little bit of time before I have to kind of end the stream. We're only at 3 o'clock. So technically, if we wanted, we could keep going. I'm going to try doing different layer styles for this. So just slam it down there. It doesn't help that I'm not on like a fully opaque backdrop, because the way that this layer is kind of clipped to this, which is not a solid, yeah, it's gonna mess it up a bit. So I'll have to mess with all this when I actually do the final render. But going back to the mouse, there's kind of a comparison. So there's probably a little bit more kind of vibrance in the greens and stuff. We can pull it back to be even more kind of grayed out, and then maybe bring purples and brown into the piece to kind of match this character a little better. I think the rocks could have a little more kind of purple to the shadows and stuff, perhaps. Maybe a little bit of brown and rust and copper kind of just mixed into it. So that might be kind of nice. Let's see. Like, again, all the colors are very desaturated and muted. It's the challenge of not actually rendering this. It's trying to kind of use a clipping mask on it when it's not got enough pixel information there to do what I need it to do. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna be able to work from that. I feel like there's a lot to kind of use, so I'm not too worried about what Forgotten is now. I think we could jump onto the tactical, probably. Maybe we'll get that figured out, and maybe we'll actually jump onto law afterwards, and I think that might be each of the power types. With at least a little bit of kind of design behind it. Again, like Draconic, it's kind of, I did some stuff for it, but I'm like, man, maybe it's not what I want it to be, but the other ones I feel like I need to resolve first. I'll probably, like, when I render these, go a little bit back and forth on some and try and kind of make them all a little unique and stand out in their own ways. So if something on one is kind of a little too similar on the other, maybe I'll remove it on one. Softer edges on things. And especially on this part, because the sky glass is always quite jagged. So to kind of have that contrast of like, oh, these are really smooth stones. They've been just kind of very slowly worn down over a great length of time. So they're very soft and very smooth, and then, you know, they'll have some of this growth on them, and maybe a little bit of curving as well as just barely visible. something like that. And again, like a lot of these details might just get lost because again, going to be viewed pretty small, which is one of the reasons why I shrunk the image, the working file down, because it was just so big that I'd be like able to work on a single island for days if I wanted, and that's not too useful. I don't want to be that inefficient, although it would be fun. I don't think it would be too great for the rest of you. You wouldn't really necessarily get the benefit of all the kind of effort. Okay. So there's Forgotten. It's still some work I want to do on it, obviously, but it's actually more rendered than all the other ones. So that's kind of funny. Let's see. All right, so let's see what we have. We have Arcane, pretty decent. Draconic, I'll probably work that one a bit. Forgotten, it's kind of a bit more top-down than the others. I did lose the perspective a little, but maybe it actually just looks like it's falling over, kind of drifting, which kind of works, so maybe I don't need to tweak that too much, but I probably will adjust it so it doesn't look like it's dipping towards us that much. Hydro, I think this one's going to be very pretty. Law, nothing there yet. I'll get to you. Physical, again, it's kind of, you know, works, but it's not anything too special, so I'll probably come back and tune it up. Shadow, it's pretty cool. Gonna figure that one out as I work on it. And tactical. So let's just kind of jump onto tactical. So oh boy. Yeah, right. I'm gonna see if I can get each of them with some kind of, you know, sketch behind it. So basically I'll try and over the next 40 minutes or less create a concept for both the tactical and law. And if I don't get both, it's not a big deal because I have a pretty good idea of what I want to do with them. So tactical. We're going to go steampunk all in. So basically we need some kind of platform that they use for this, and this is all kind of intentional design on their part. Of course, being the style it is, it's a little more kind of cobbled together, a little more kit bashed. So, you know, it may not kind of like align perfectly, and that's just kind of how it all works. Put another one here just because it's kind of interesting to make them all on some kind of pedestal. This can be kind of a flat plate that might work. It's kind of almost looks like some kind of rust plant growing off of a plate, and I think it'll be useful to have it in at this angle because I can kind of give it a little bit more shadow to help that kind of pop out, because overall I think the island itself is going to be in the kind of, you know, copper kind of coloring. That's basically what all the steampunk elements use. So, and I mean, it's intentionally like the Skyware is intentionally kind of like looks the same because the idea is that they're both made out of the same metal, which is why you gather it here. Why so many mice have these steampunk elements. All right. So, what does this island actually do? How does it look? So, need cogs and gears. Always, always, always. And I'm just going to start making basically random planes and surfaces kind of interact and overlap and get in each other's way. Lots of pipes and stuff coming off of things. Basically, the HUD has all this kind of stuff, so I'm going to make it feel similar to that. Okay. Some kind of pipe coming over top of that. Designing machine and kind of like weird mechanical things, doohickeys and gizmos and stuff. It's not easy. That's the main thing I have to say about that. Like a gigantic cog in the background. I don't want it to like line up with other things and create a tangent. I'll just do it this way. And then have kind of sprocket spokes. Starts to get that the like Whisker Woods Rift vibe going on, but you know, kind of makes sense considering the themes. Actually, in the HUD stuff, I've used a couple of the brushes that we grabbed for the Whisker Woods Rift because there's a lot of the backdrop stuff was like cogs and stuff, so we have kind of cog brushes with gears and pipes and stuff and quickly render out. Not render out, but like just stamp down. And then, yeah, just like random vent pipes for steam to kind of blast off. And like nothing is really actually lined up effectively. It's all kind of, you know, weird odd angles to each other. Totally inefficient. Just use like that steam whistle style. This gigantic wrong tool. Gigantic steam whistle. Need rockets from below to keep it in the air. I mean, maybe it does have its own kind of propulsion, although honestly I expect that they use like weird wings just slapped onto the sides of it to make it fly. That's more the style that I would expect. Okay, so we have kind of some places for everything. That's not awesome. Let's see. Yeah, creating steampunk on the fly is not easiest, I don't think. I did actually do a concept of this before in a different file. I almost think I need to pull that up just to try and use what it was for something. Let's see. We'll see if I need to go grab that. Good even spokes. Teeth. Alright. So that feels enough like a cog. Okay. And there'd be like, just kind of like tanks of things. It's where they kind of heat up the boilers to create the steam, maybe. They'd be pretty big things. If it's like enough to create this as some kind of floating structure, I feel like that would require a lot of energy. Yeah, this is a bit of a challenge to get that ore to kind of sit nicely. And then everything is kind of like made out of these plates that are just kind of like bolted down on top of each other and random configurations. I don't know if this is quite working, but maybe I should be using the color palette to try and faux render this together. I don't know, it's starting to look like at least something that might have been cohesive. Someone might think that. And this would be like the thing that locks the pipe in, or the boiler in place. I guess. I don't know what any of this is. That's the fun thing about steampunk, though, is like you're kind of just like, well, my goal is to add some elements that make it look like it's some kind of weird, overcomplicated machine using these very kind of odd mechanical means to do something. It's just kind of a lot of just slapping stuff together until it looks interesting. So I suppose I'm making it steampunk in that regard, at least, if that is a good enough explanation for some people. There's almost definitely much more to it, obviously. I am not someone who knows too much about it. So. Yeah, it just launches the chest. Actually, is kind of an interesting idea. Didn't even see that, but now I do, and I think it's great. You like go there and you're like, uh-oh, I better catch this before the mice decide to launch it. And I think parts of this will be kind of like fastened onto the rocks. Something for it to bolt to, and maybe there is elements that require that kind of connection to actually float up here or something. I say this an awful lot, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Yeah, I also like the visual kind of elements of leaving gaps between things to kind of help define the silhouettes of objects. Lots of little pipes everywhere too. That's a big thing, at least for the aesthetic that we've created. Little pipes and maybe a gear or two. All right. This isn't bad. It's not as terrible as it could be, I think. It's kind of like, oh, what if there's a balloon ballast that's kind of attached to the side that the island uses to self-right in case it starts to dip or something like that. Wanted to add another cog here somewhere. Yeah, it's probably too small to even appreciate. Alright, well, it's a work in progress, I'll say that. I don't think this is the final version that I'll go with, but it might give me a start for it. I think I can work with that. I'll like kind of look at it as the silhouette first, I think, and try and kind of create an overall shape that will be like the most interesting and unique from the other ones. Because, like, for example, if I just take this and fill it in so that it's just the shape and not any of the rendered details, is this kind of unique and read as its own thing compared to the others? I mean, it probably does. You'll probably be able to recognize, oh, hey, look, that gear poking out, and that's a useful tool for this specifically as well. So maybe it's not that bad. Yeah, you can actually, yeah. Let's hide the shadow or the sketch. Yeah, you can kind of see like what it's getting at. Those cogs and gears and pipes. So it's not as bad as I thought. That might work. I think it could be balanced better though. So as a silhouette, it's like not super clear. It's a little bit obscured in here, even though that's kind of where it's telling the most information. I feel like this is an okay kind of weight for it, but maybe this needs to be a bit smaller to kind of like have these balance off each other a bit more interestingly, and then this one, I don't know what this is going to be, but they'll probably all be attached somehow. Some element is going to tie them all together. Yeah, alright, so super heavy steampunk. Oh, lots to still kind of do with this one. I'm actually going to quickly give it just a little more volume. We're at 3:30, so we're actually going to have to wrap up real soon, but I just wanted to quickly see if I could kind of capture a little bit more of what I was just seeing in my head. So. Yeah, it's kind of, everything is brass. Could be pretty fun to render. At the same time, it might also make it a little bit more difficult to make read well. So we'll see. Alright. Good enough. I think you guys probably get it. A bent girder. I like it. How would it look with just the pirates? Yeah, because we do need to play around with that kind of stuff, right? Pirates are actually behind everything. So, actually we need to view all these without the sky cheese behind. That actually changes quite a bit of them. So, I mean, there is a bit of uniqueness to the silhouette. Like, I feel like this does look more like a machine than anything else, which is appropriate. I might actually give it some propellers or jets or something to make it look like it is floating because of what it's made from. So I think that would be pretty good. So not bad. Let's actually take a quick look at the other ones then, because that's something we haven't done yet. So yeah, that's pretty solid. I think that stands on its own. Physical, again, that's pretty clear. That one we don't have, but we'll do next real quick, if at all. Maybe we won't. It is 3:30. I should probably call it, to be honest. Hydro is very interesting. I like this one. I'm just gonna actually give it a splash of that kind of ice, just so that I remember that's the direction I want to go in, since I'm not going to be working on this until next week. So just don't want to look at this and be like, yeah, we wanted like green gardens, and then realize my mistake. Alright, cool. Might need to... This layer is what I meant to do. Yeah, we'll just go with multiply. Overlay. What does overlay have? Yeah, it's a little light. Ooh, hard light's kind of cool. Alright, I'll just go with that. Good enough. Yeah, Forgotten's pretty cool. I actually think that works better than I thought. I I think I might rotate a bit of these and make it feel like the whole thing's just kind of like wobbling along and barely like able to align itself how it needs to be. More kind of like hanging, kind of falling apart strands, kind of like their cloaks, right? So like all their fabrics are just kind of frayed and falling apart, and so having the kind of like vines and stuff kind of doing the same thing on it creates that feeling of their fabrics, right? Just old ear hairs just kind of poking out. So that feels like it's kind of more overgrown and uncared for, forgotten about. Our power types are like weird. Yeah. Okay. Was the release date you're all aiming for? I can't give you a good figure on that. It's still a few months away for sure. Like, we're currently plugging in the code structure, basically taking what the last prototype I made was and kind of, you know, building it up into the MouseHunt engine with, you know, actual good code instead of my hack togetherness. So that can take a while. We'll need to balance and kind of, you know, tweak all that. There's still plenty of art to be done. We're definitely making great headway. The HUDs need to finalize and come together. That's part of what this is. But basically, it'll need to go through the testing phase as well, which can take a little bit just to get things right, and find all the things we might be missing and add those in then. So it's not immediate, but it's not forever away. It's coming along at a good pace, so not too bad. Yeah, there you go. When we start drawing the traps for the area on Feedback Friday, that is actually not a bad way to kind of judge how far along it is. Because generally those are like the reward structure pieces of the area. And so if I'm working on those, then that means that the other high priority stuff is probably out of the way. Or I got bored of working on those and I wanted to try something different. Super rare island. I want to do something like that. We'll see. There's a ways, but it's not going to be necessarily its own unique thing. The original concept did have that. No lie, I did have a kind of Ronza Island that was a concept where it could be just like the rarest thing that could show up on your map, but then it would be like, oh my god, there it is! I finally, after years of searching, have found it. I don't have enough fuel to reach it, kind of, you know, like that. That would be brutal, but we're not going with that gameplay anyways, and there's other interesting things to discover in this, so that's not a thing I don't think that's going to end up in it. But certainly fun. Alright, continuing on. So we have Forgotten, we have Draconic. See how the perspective shifts between these. See how, like, tipped forward this feels compared to this. It's kind of, you know, lifted up and almost, you know, flat against our vision. This is kind of, you know, a little bit flowing between those two, which is cool. This one, it's pretty tipped forward actually, so I might flatten that up a bit. I probably should have given myself a little bit more of a guide to kind of give myself the perspective of it, but hey, what can you do? All right, so the only one we have left to concept out is the law. And I think that I want to have it be in this kind of strain maybe where it's kind of the desert rocks and crumbly kind of dry earth, but then there's kind of like the the steampunk stuff kind of slapped onto it maybe, and kind of making it look a little bit more like they made a fortress on it. I don't know, something steampunk cannons. They're just ready to fight everybody. It's a weird cannon. Hey, computer, stop. Every once in a while, like, when I'm using a hotkey, it's like, oh, you're holding down Alt, right? Let me do that for you. Photoshop does not like me. Alright, let's actually go into the layer so I stop having that pop up. And now I have my smudge tool finally after that long. I don't even want this here. Doesn't look good there. But yeah, so, you know, we could have kind of like cactus off to the side. Just to kind of have that. Wrong button. Big old cactus. It feels more like shrubbery at this point. Maybe I'll use the kind of lumpier kind of style cactus. Ah! Oh, it's my fault. My hand is in the wrong spot for the hotkey. Okay. That's a lot of nubs on that cactus. I'm just going overboard. Why am I worried about that when, excuse me, Jacob, pay attention to what you're trying to do here. These are all going to be in the way. So, dirt. Yeah, thank you, Brian. That's like just zoned out. I think that that's a good kind of signal that I'm about at my kind of brain limit for streaming art. That's just kind of one of the things about doing live art and talking the whole time. It is very rewarding for kind of being able to generate cool concepts using the community and having you guys give awesome input. At the same time, it's pretty draining, and I kind of expend my battery, as it were. So we've hit that point, perhaps. So, alright, just have like pipes coming off of this that are a little more out of place feeling. Like they don't belong. And again, we really got to avoid making sure we're not clunking onto the modifiers and getting in their way, because those have to be above. At least the ones attached to the island. The pirate and cheese are obviously behind it. Alright, well, I'm gonna stop fiddling. It's not working, but you get the idea. Making kind of this lawless island somehow using these elements. I'll figure it out. It's been very interesting. I feel like we actually got a lot more than I expected done. I was like, oh, maybe we'll like render 1.5 islands. That said, I think we actually kind of nearly rendered out the Forgotten one. That's not bad. Came a lot further than I thought it would. There's definitely a lot to kind of like resolve with it, but like it's good. I'm happy with that. Draconic, I'll fiddle with that. Arcane, yeah, it's pretty good. Just needs those colors and the rendering and the glow and the runes and the blah blah blah, all that. It'll need to kind of come along and like get the plants and stuff, or maybe the glow, soft glow and stuff, kind of billowy feeling to it, etc. etc. Sunlight, lots to do honestly on that one. I think this is just really going to be a lot of fun to render. I like that one. Eh, eh, yeah, that's cool, but I feel like that one's going to need to be discovered a little bit still. And this one's kind of cool, but definitely a lot. Stop dragging the mouse. Definitely a lot to kind of resolve with the shapes and language and stuff like that, but I think it'll be quite fun. So, awesome. All right, well, I think I'm going to call it. I have 20 minutes until the meeting anyway, so I should probably make sure to get ready for that. But it's been great. Thank you, as always, for taking part and being an awesome community, hanging out, giving me great ideas, keeping it fresh. And let me just get that link for the Larry loot in case anyone missed it. There it is. And then also Clan O'Connell, Crown of the Stag. So if any of you are interested, as I've mentioned a few times on the stream, HitGrab has developed and is in the middle of developing a platforming game with really quite awesome artwork. And I might even be doing the voice of one of the bosses in it, so that could be fun. So check it out. Wish listed on Steam. It helps with the actual system to help bring it to the forefront where random people can discover it. So please do that even if you're not intending on getting the game in the end. But check out the demo, download it, play it, have fun with it. There's streams that they've done. There's contests actually for like doing speed runs, fan art, stuff like that. You can win the game when it releases, etc. So check out their stuff. It's pretty cool. And I believe it's going to be doing its kind of full launch in the fall, so keep an eye out for that. I'll probably give an update on it again in the future. But until next stream, I hope you guys stay safe. Happy hunting to everyone, and have a good weekend. I shall see you later. And yeah, take care all. Be well. All right. I'm heading out. I gotta go make another coffee apparently because I'm falling asleep. Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Stay safe. Bye.